Check. Once again, I would like to request all the delegates who are present outside in the lobby, kindly join us back in the ballroom. We are resuming with our conclave and we are proceeding towards the next session of the day. Also, here's a very important announcement that I would like to make here, that we are going live on YouTube. In case you missed something here or any one of your friends or colleague has not been able to attend this conclave, they can watch it live on YouTube. For the YouTube link, you can simply contact any one of our ICRA members, or you can simply visit the ICRA channel on YouTube. Please everyone join us back. We are resuming with our conclave and proceeding towards the next session of the day. Zoho Corporation. He's here, na? Okay. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we are proceeding towards our next session of the day. And next we have coming up Mr. Avinash Kagawa, Evangelist, Zoho Corporation, who will be shedding some light on the working of Zoho and the future course of technology integration in India. Let's welcome Mr. Avinash with a huge round of applause, everybody. I would request the Secretary ICRA, Alka ma'am, to kindly join us up on stage and present the tree adoption certificate to Mr. Avinash. So we have adopted a plantation in your name, and here is the acknowledgement of that plantation in the form of a certificate. Thank you so much, sir. Over to you. Will you be needing this mic or you'll be using this mic? You'll be.
I'll have them. Hello? Hello? Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, very good afternoon. Pleasure connecting with you all in person for a long time to discuss with you about a topic as I've been introduced. I'm Avinash. I come from Zoho Corporation. I appreciate it. Am I being audible now? Okay. I'm Avinash. I come from Zoho Corporation. Zoho Corporation has been in the business of IT software product for the past 25 odd years. I'm going to talk to you about the business importance of website and application monitoring for startups, especially particularly in from a particular product called a Site 24/7. The deck? Oh, yeah. Okay. I'm going to talk to you about the digital transformation as such, the importance of it, and what's the focus startups can look into, and what are the couple of challenges when it comes to startups, when it comes to digital transformation, and role of our monitoring tools when it comes to digital transformation and the product in itself, which is an AI-powered full-stack monitoring platform. Okay, can you just bring it down a bit? It's being chopped off, right? It's not properly, the resolution is not right. Okay, digital transformation, everybody has got a definition to it, the multiple definitions out there in the market, in the internet. I simply put it across this way: changing an analog one into a digital one is digital transformation. As we all have been going through it, and we know the pandemic has introduced us to a new platform, new variety of looking at things. Gyms are no more gyms, they are fitness apps, right? Schools are virtual classrooms. Conferences like this, which we which we wanted to have in person for the past 2 years, have been done through virtual platforms, right? Even this session is now being live streamed on YouTube. And you have shops that have now transformed into online grocery stores and so on. There are multiple examples out there. I'm just going to give you a few of them. Let's take a step back and understand, why do we need digital transformation? One is, organizations would like to actually scale up faster. They need to actually scale up their operations and to increase productivity. The second thing is, they would like to also enhance the operation speed, the speed of the operation, right? The third one is, there are a lot of, when we do some things, we are a little prone to error, right? Everybody tends to make mistakes, and operations tend to have errors, and that's why you need this transformation to reduce those errors. And the most important of all is reduce cost. Human resource is the most valuable of all. And organizations would like to actually see how they can optimally utilize the human resource in a particular organization. So there are a lot of stats out there on the internet, but a few to substantiate why we are talking about digital transformation today is, there are over 2.66 billion internet users worldwide as of today, and over 2 billion people purchased something or the other online in the last 1 year. That's a humongous amount of data and operations, right? And I'm sure you and I are being part of that. There are over 2 billion websites out there, and over 100,000 are being registered every day. So what does this mean to business? It means that everybody who starts up a startup or starts up a business would want to prioritize their business applications and their websites, right? So if your startups run most of their business either on an application or a website. If your application website is not really in place, perhaps you might actually start bleeding money because of that. So digital transformation, if you see, even large enterprises are paying attention to the digital experience. I would rather put that as digital happiness also. I'll take that through in the next slide. So they are adopting a digital first strategy that's predominantly seen in small businesses and startups. They think cloud is a great enabler of digital transformation, and they're willing to pay more for a good experience, right? So if your app, one particular app is not working, people are less forgiving these days. They move on to the quickest next competition, and the one who bears the brunt of it is the service provider, right? Oops. Okay, help me. Disruption rather. So here, so the next point is about how digital will disrupt the industry sometime soon, right? So a good 90% of customers feel digital itself will disrupt their industry anytime soon. And enterprise worldwide, enterprise workload are now going to be heading towards cloud completely or sooner or later. So this emphasizes the importance of user experience on a digital platform. So we did talk about a few points here, but the problem which we have across businesses, only 15% of the customers feel happy about making a purchase online. So that's a huge, 85% of people who are quite unhappy, right? So probably they are, on one of the platforms which we are offering them. So in that case, what they will do is they'll be a little unforgiving. They'll move on to the quickest next competition, which is what we are trying to address right now through this presentation. So why do they leave you? Why do they leave? What is that reason for that 85% of people who are unhappy with online purchases? They kind of fed up with the pop-ups or the advertisements they get time and again. Sometimes they tend to face with crashing sites. Sometimes the discount codes doesn't work. If you in case give a code, perhaps that's not working for them. And when a website or app goes offline, that's equivalent to being crashed. And sometimes there is no pathway or clear map in terms of where you can actually take your customer to. This is pretty much talks about the user experience of a customer on a particular digital platform. So it matters to something called as digital happiness. If you're not really keeping your customer happy on a digital platform, then he or she is not going to stay on with you a longer period of time. So what should businesses be doing? They should start making users to feel awesome in every business touch point, meaning any place a customer interacts with you, be it a website or an application or even a one-to-one interaction, you would want to actually try to make the customer awesome in every business touch point. So it's like this. Once you make the customer awesome by virtue of having giving him a good experience on the platform which you provide to the customer, he will start putting himself in shoes of the product itself, and he will think that he can actually represent the product in the community to come. So what they do when they are happy with the product, they go about evangelizing about the product, right? You have a good service and you have come across a good application, you want to share that with your customers, right? Or your peers rather. And you would want to actually buy more from them. That's also a possibility. And people go about creating communities and start exchanging thoughts about the offering and so on. And they blatantly resist the competition, right? So they're quite content. I have come across customers saying, okay, I'm quite happy with this offering because I've been with them and they've been doing good service to me. And they try to remain loyal with you, right? Irrespective of the fact that you try to persuade them to actually move on to another competing product, they try to tend to stick on to the product. So that's one good aspect of, once you create that awesomeness in the product, they try to stick on with you and they're going to be their lifetime customers for you. So what's going to be the startup focus? I did talk about bits and pieces. What's the startup focus going to be? So you would need to create a better vantage point, both from a business sense as well as an IT, because IT and business are no more different, parts of no more any different. There's a very thin line that's almost getting diminishing day by day. So, and I did talk about creating awesomeness, right? We talked about a bit in the past. And you need to create awesomeness in every aspect of your business touch point. That's one thing which I would like to reiterate here. So, there are various, and we talked about cloud being the first touch point, right? So people would want actually move on to the cloud to start with. When startups would want to actually start their business, the cloud is the first go-to place for them for their technology needs. And there are multiple layers to cloud, but when it comes to startups, there are two prominent layers which stands out. One is the application layer. The second one is the end user layer. The application layer is where you build your applications. The end user layer is where you have your mobile or the websites or the mobile website and so on. So if either of these two is actually bothered, I'm sure that your business is going to go towards a southward journey, right? So you wouldn't want to have that because applications are built on SaaS platforms these days, and you would need to see how your application perform on a particular SaaS offering, be it Zoho or be it any other cloud infrastructure, right? So, and likewise again websites, right? You would need to understand what a user feels being on your site somewhere sitting in Africa or America for the same service you provide out of India, right? So you need to know why a payment is not being completed for a user somewhere in Mexico, right? You need to understand why that's not happening. Why is there a problem? Why is the customer coming to the sales page and why is he not able to actually add that onto his card or complete the payment? So that's something that you need to know when you actually provide an offering. And my friends, the thing is, when we actually do a business online, it is not restricted to a particular region. It's a flat world out there. You might need to understand that it's going to be a global platform that you're going to compete with. I met a gentleman who's in the business of providing plates, right, eatery ways and so on, and it's a disposable. It's not really disposable. It just you can eat that as well. He said that's a lovely thing, and I met a quick competition, a similar competition somewhere in Europe actually. So this gentleman will be competing with someone providing a similar offering in Bulgaria or somewhere, right? So it's not restricted to one particular market, considering it's a flat world. And it needs proper monitoring, right? So what are the two main, there are many monitoring challenges, but I would like to actually focus on two main challenges that comes to my mind. One is availability. If you were to look at it, there's got a number there, 99.999% of uptime is what the industry standard is when it comes to your websites. If your website is not up and running, then probably you're missing out business because you're missing out business to another platform. I can give you a classic use case here. You go check for a product on Amazon.com. If you don't find the user interface good enough or if it's not loading, you're quite merciless, right? They quickly move on to Flipkart or move on to another offering. So websites need to be 99.99% uptime always. The second thing is performance, right? You don't want to actually wake up to a loading page if what I'm talking is going to be in this page. Most likely you're going to walk out of the stage, right? Or walk out of this room, right? If I'm going to talk very slow, I'm going to put you to sleep, perhaps you're going to walk out of this room. So likewise, websites needs better performance, and you need performance and you need monitoring tools to understand the performance of your websites. So sometimes downtimes are inevitable, right? Every time, I mean, we all are humans, we tend to make mistakes. Sometimes we end up having downtimes. But downtimes also have a formula to understand what is the loss that incurs because of having a 1 hour downtime. So downtime can be calculated as lost revenue plus productivity loss plus recovery cost plus other intangible costs. Because once your website is down or your application is down, people quickly, what do people do? They quickly post this on Twitter saying, hey, this particular service is down. This is not reliable, right? You communicate this to your peers or communicate to your circle saying this particular thing is not working, and that's not really a reliable service. So that intangible cost you can never recover, right? So how can we actually avoid these things? You need to have a proper monitoring tool. But the thing is, companies use different technologies when it comes to running the business to provide great experience. That is in a way good, but you need to understand why they need to do that and what are the repercussions that might come because of using multiple technologies. So usually technologies in business are partially on premises, partially on cloud, partially they're homegrown. Sometimes they use apps from multiple vendors, and it turns out to be a hodgepodge. We call this as an information spaghetti, right? So you need your application to communicate with another application, which is, it's dependent on another application in the market. And if that application is down, perhaps your business gets affected as well. So this is what we call as the information spaghetti, where the application is dependent on so many other parameters in the ecosystem, where if not, that's going to affect your business. So is it all well? Okay, is this how businesses operate? Not really. So you can use multiple tools, but it depends upon it's not that, okay, you're using multiple tools, that's good and all well, but it depends upon how well these tools work together, right? You have tools working on your iPhone, and you need those tools to be quite compatible to run on the apps to be quite compatible in an iPhone, right? If it's not compatible, what will happen? That's going to not give you good results, right? So this is something which you are trying to address here. It's not that you use multiple tools, but it depends upon how will they work together. Only if they work together, that's going to yield you the good results that you look forward to. So integration is the need of the hour. So how do you do that? Integrating multiple vendors usually is turning out to be quite complex and a costly affair. It's not really easy, and it's said in the market that when you try to integrate an application with another one, you spend a good 80% of the application cost in integrating with the other party, right? So that's a humongous amount of cost, like 20% on developing it and 80% on integrating it. It's not right. It's not really right. It doesn't make business sense there. So what's the alternative? Services and tools from one vendor in the market. It can be any vendor, but who provides you a holistic approach to your IT operations, holistic approach to your business needs, so that's something which we need to address. So this is a screen grab of Site 24/7 with the top, which I talked about in the past, in the beginning of the session. You get to understand your website availability, reporting, response time, downtime, there's so many parameters by which you can monitor your website's performance from different geographies. You can also understand the transaction monitoring for your website, like what a user goes through when he actually goes through a different chain of things, right, to come on to the sales page and so on. So you get to monitor your websites from 115 plus locations worldwide. We got the agents, or we do have our own data centers in a couple of places, but other places we have hosted it on other data centers here. So these are a couple of other things which you get to monitor using Site 24/7's website monitoring. You do also have applications. Say the second part which I talked about, your applications are built on diverse platforms, and they're built in different languages as well, like Java and PHP and so on. You need to have a fair sense of understanding of your application, how it works on different environments. Why is there a downtime for an application? What's the problematic line of code, and how do we actually mitigate that is something you need to understand. In most cases, applications have a bad, users have a bad experience because, vendors are unable to find the specific line of problematic code, and that itself is it's an uphill task, right? So you don't want to actually have a user face a bad experience because of the application you provide. There are multiple updates to applications as well. So you can actually understand that by distributed tracing using Site 24/7. It gives you insight in terms of what could probably be done to make it work quickly and so on. Here's a quick overview of Site 24/7. Site 24/7 is an AI-powered full-stack monitoring solution with which you can monitor not only website and application, but the entire IT infrastructure overall. You can monitor multiple cloud, and it's all provided on a single dashboard. We take security and compliance to our heart. I was talking to another gentleman. He was in the compliance side of business. So we adhere to the spirit of GDPR or any other compliances that's there in the market. So as I told you, we do have 10 data centers worldwide. We have one in Chennai and the other one is in Bombay. There are quite few takeaways from your digital transformation is important. We all know that. And most important for startups would be to start monitoring your start monitoring your IT assets. So that's going to give you better results for your business on a longer run. And Site 24/7 can help you deliver that great experience which we talked about. You may actually take a screen grab of this one. We are giving back to the community by providing you 1-year complimentary pack worth $500 that's close to 18,000 INR to all startups who would like to actually start using the product by clicking on this link. You may want to actually sign up the product, sign up using the link here, and we may actually give you a demo of the product in your environment, maybe as a virtual session. Okay, I'll just, if you want to. Okay, I'm almost at the faggot of my session. This is one of, yes. Okay, you don't really need to actually look for us in the booths, right? So we are the right entrance of the booth, right entrance of the hall. You just walk to us, we'll be able to give you that link to specific requirements as well. So we believe in this ideology. If we shape our tools, they will in turn shape us. And perhaps why we are talking right now, and the same presentation which I'm taking you through is built on Zoho's platform, and Zoho's platform is completely monitored by Site 24/7. So that's what we believe in. We eat our own dog food, and we kind of cater to the enterprises alike, like how we start giving to the startups. The same offering can be scaled up onto the enterprise. Okay, in most cases what happens is you have some tool in hand, you end up doing a similar exercise with a tool, right? You don't really know what is the other side of thing, right? So once you have a hammer in hand, you end up hitting everything that you come across. Sometimes it turns out to be a screw. You need to be a little sensitive to use a screwdriver there. That's what that emphasizes the importance of having the right tools in right hands. That's me, Avinash, and that's my email address, and I'm there on LinkedIn if you want to connect me. You can drop me an email to the support as well in case if you want to have a one-on-one session, to give you a quick walkthrough of the product. So I'll stop here in case if you have any questions. I'm there available in the booth. Once you open the door, you would see our booth, as the first one. So I'll be happy to connect with you offline. I appreciate your time, and thank you for your patience and being an wonderful audience. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for such a wonderful presentation. May I now request Ms. Manisha Sharma, Head Strategic Partnerships, Placement and Counseling, to kindly join us up on stage and present Mr. Avinash with the memento. It's a small token of honor and love from ICRA, so kindly accept it. Thank you so much, sir, for your valuable contribution to this conclave. On that note, let's take this day further, and May I now request Coordinator MSME Government of India, Mr. Prashant, to kindly join us up on stage for his presentation. I would request Mr. Prashant from MSME to kindly join us up on stage. Let's welcome him with a huge round of applause, everybody.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Prashant Surase. I'm representing Department of MSME, Government of Madhya Pradesh. Department of MSME is one of the nodal agency for the startups in the state of Madhya Pradesh. We are here to highlight what are the startup support that the agency and the department is offering to the startups in the state of Madhya Pradesh. So just to give you a highlight, so MP Madhya Pradesh has been one of the first state to implement the policy back in 2016. Based on the dynamics, we have changed the policy in obviously in 2019, and now in the last 2 years of COVID, and we have also now proposed a new scheme and a new policy for the state, for the startups in the state. And it's completely drafted after the consultations of the different stakeholders in terms of startups, investors, mentors, incubators across the states. And so as of now, I'll give you an overview of the complete ecosystem of MP. There are from mere 7 startups in 2016, now we have grown to almost 1,800 plus startups in Madhya Pradesh, which are DPIIT registered, out of which 42% of them are women-led startups. There are 35 plus startups which are into manufacturing, and there are almost 1,700 plus startups which are service sector based. In terms of incubation ecosystem, we have almost 35 plus incubators across the state, out of which almost 3 of them are Atal Incubation Center, 2 of them are STPIs, one is April Incubation System, which is which is sponsored by Ministry of Textile, the Government of India, and now managed by, also supported by Government of Madhya Pradesh. It is one of the only incubation system which is focused on textile and apparel as of now, with almost 600 seats of manufacturing, assembly, and working space for the textile-based startups. And there are almost 6 smart city incubators in the state, which is in the Bhopal, Indore, Gwalior, Jabalpur, Satna, and Sagar. To highlight few of our prominent startups from the state of Madhya Pradesh, there's a startup called Gramophone, which is an agri-based, agri-tech startup. They have raised almost $17 million funding from different venture capitalists. There's a startup, another called Shop Kirana, which is a retail tech startup, and they have also raised $53 million plus funding from different funds across India and across the globe. And there's another startup which is Swat Robots. It's a Bhopal-based startups. They have also closed $3 million plus funding, and also into a defense technology. In terms of highlighting about the policy that we are coming up, is basically for the policy is completely as per the current ecosystem demand, and is completely in line with our Honorable PM and Honorable CM vision of self-reliant India and self-reliant Madhya Pradesh. So in terms of funding, we will be providing funding support to early stage and mature startups. There will be complete minimization of compliances. There will be no other registration. We will be considering only startups which are DPIIT registered. There will be a procurement support, that is exemptions of their turnovers, their period, and also prototype stage startups will be considered in the procurement support for any government procurement. In terms of institutional support, there will be a new agency that will be established, which is MP Startup Center, which will have complete experts of startups across the state, and they will be supporting all the startups in the state of Madhya Pradesh. Then there to inculcate the spirit of innovation in the childhood and in the school education, courses and workshops will also be again introduced, and curriculum will be introduced on entrepreneurship and innovation in the schools and colleges. In terms of infrastructure support, we already have MSME Technology Center in the state of Madhya Pradesh, and those centers will be leveraged to the startups for prototyping facilities. Also, we are having central government and state government institutions like ISER Bhopal, IIT Indore, IIM Indore. So they will also be providing prototyping lab support to all the startups who want to develop the prototype. Uh, in terms of incubation ecosystem will also thrive in this particular policy with separate funding support for enhancing the capacity and also organizing different events like hackathons at their individual level and at district level. In terms of so there's one more specific support that the government of Madhya Pradesh is providing, is specifically in line with our Honorable PM and our Honorable CM of vision of self-reliant India and self-reliant in Madhya Pradesh, is providing support to product-based startups or the manufacturing startups. So there's a specific package that we are coming up with, and it will be implemented soon only for the product based and the manufacturing startup. So any startup who would like to set up their manufacturing, we would definitely like and glad to invite them to Madhya Pradesh and give them a specific support to them. In terms of empowering local businesses and women entrepreneurs, there's an additional support on overall above support for women entrepreneurs, and also promoting these local businesses to go global by promoting them to national and international events. So we already have a startup portal through MSME website where startups can apply for their any support that they want or any grievance that they have from different departments or across the state. But we are now coming up with a specific portal which will be integrated with the Startup India, and completely transparent portal that so that the complete applications can be tracked, what status it is. So that is in process and will be live soon. And plus, there will be also an engagement of incubators, mentors, and investors through this particular portal for the startups in the state of Madhya Pradesh. To solve provide support to these grassroots innovation, we are also coming up with a state innovation challenge, where a few selected problem statement from different departments and socio-economic sectors will be given to the startups, and those the startups who will be providing with the particular solution will be awarded with grants and also procurement support in the 4 phases. So that's a unique thing that the state government is coming up with. In terms of IT and robotics, we are also coming up with our own state drone policy of 2022. The complete committee has already been formed, and the suggestions has already been drafted. It will be soon implemented. In the union budget also there's a push of drone as a service and drone Shakti. So for that, the complete policy is based on the 5 pillars, which is probable use cases of our in various sectors, for which all the departments, most of the 55 departments of Government of Madhya Pradesh have identified the use cases of drones, where they can be used. Then there's a MP SEDC, which is a Madhya Pradesh State Electronics and Development Corporation. It's an entity of Madhya Pradesh. They will identify the service provided. So government will not be buying, but they will be empaneling all the drone service providers, and mostly in the startup category. Plus, obviously, if the drones are coming into this place, there will be a capacity building. So, aviation department of government of MP will be training different departments in terms of usage of drone or how to use, how to take the data, how to make the repositories. Everything will be done through trainings and workshops. And obviously, if drones are there, there will be data, there will be repository. So MPSCDC will also establish a separate unit for maintaining that repository of data. Then there will be a empanelment of drone as a service provided at two levels. One is at the state level and also at the district level. So for the state level departments and also at the district level departments. So MPSCDC will empanel these drone service providers. For example, we have highlighted Department of Agriculture may empanel drone service providers in the agri sector for crop damage survey or etc. Health department may identify it for transportation of or movement of organs in the state if in the emergency needs. And then we will also be incentivizing these drone service providers under our policy of IT and ITES policy of Madhya Pradesh. So that is all about the Madhya Pradesh startup ecosystem, and we are all here to support and invite you all the investors, mentors, and startups to come and establish themselves in the state of Madhya Pradesh. Government of MP will definitely be glad to support you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Prashant, for shedding light on the Madhya Pradesh vision for technology startups. Now I would request all the delegates to be kindly seated. We will have our guest of honor joining us here very soon. Please be seated. So ladies and gentlemen, Shri Om Prakash Sakleja ji, Minister of MSME, Science and Technology, Government of Madhya Pradesh. Well, he will be joining us here very, very soon. He's our guest of honor for the day. So I would request everyone to be kindly seated. Meanwhile, I guess on every table we have at least 4 people sitting, if I am not wrong. Yes? So are you all carrying your business cards? Yes. So I would request you to kindly exchange it with the person sitting next to you. If you already know the person, you can exchange it with the person sitting on the next table. So because you know the purpose of organizing such conclaves is to network, is to mingle up, right? To build your connections. And that is our motto, that is our aim for this entire conclave. So kindly do that. We have 2 minutes to exchange our business cards, and then we'll have a guest of honor joining in the ballroom. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for our respected guest of honor for this conclave, Shri Om Prakash Sakleja ji, Minister of MSME, Science and Technology, Government of Madhya Pradesh. I would request our respected guest of honor, along with the President ICRA, Mr. Rajkumar Sharma, to kindly join us on the dais. Let's welcome them with a huge round of applause, everybody. Sir, it's an honor and privilege to have you here with us today. We have adopted a plantation in your name, so we would like to present an acknowledgement certificate for that. I would request the President ICRA, Mr. Rajkumar, to kindly do the honors. Now, to shed light on Madhya Pradesh's vision for technology startups, I would request our respected guest of honor, Shri Om Prakash Sakleja ji, Minister, MSME, Science and Technology, Government of Madhya Pradesh, to kindly join us on the dais. Yes, sir, it's done. It's done. Yeah. Over to you.
IndiaFirst Tech Startup 22 के इस इम्पोर्टेंट इवेंट पे मंच पर मेरे साथ बैठे इनके चेयरमैन श्री राजकुमार जी, पूरे इंडिया के डिफरेंट पार्ट्स से अलग अलग स्टार्टअप और के लिए से जुड़े हुए, इस ट्रेड से जुड़े हुए, कुछ नया इंडिया में करना की सोच लेके आए हुए सभी एंटरप्रेन्योर्स, वास्तव में बड़ा अच्छा लगता है कि जब नई सोच और नए लोगों के साथ बैठ के बात की जाए। आप सभी का मैं स्वागत भी करता हूं और अपन सब बैठकर एक आत्मनिर्भर भारत की तरफ जो कदम बढ़ रहा है ऑनरेबल प्राइम मिनिस्टर का, उसकी तरफ हम आगे बढ़ रहे हैं। कहीं ना कहीं मध्य प्रदेश जो डायमंड का शहर भी कह सकते हो, पूरा डायमंड की माइनिंग से लेके और सभी टाइप के मिनरल्स का सरप्लस होने के साथ साथ अब स्टार्टअप पॉलिसीज और आईटी, एआई या अलग अलग टाइप की टेक्नोलॉजी, स्पेशली अभी जो ड्रोन टेक्नोलॉजी एंड ड्रोन टेक्नोलॉजी का यूटिलाइजेशन इन डिफरेंट काइंड ऑफ ट्रेड, इन सब पे भी बहुत तेजी से आगे बढ़ने के लिए तैयार है। बीइंग द हार्ट ऑफ द कंट्री, being the center point, we have lot many privileges than other states. I don't say that other state cannot be better than us, but I can always say that we are not behind than any other state because of our locational advantage and lot of young entrepreneur who has finished their education and ready for joining the different kind of entrepreneurship. I was just thinking, and I had, my team must have presented lot of technical data that we are coming out with the different kind of policies to support in every angle. But with the new connectivity of the different highways, this is the only state which has an advantage to reach within 12 hours 80% of the country's zone. So we might be having one of the biggest logistic hub as well as biggest production centers of the countries on lot many things. I think we have the policy which also is quite encouraging, that we recently have decided to come up with the policies where we will support in each and every angle of the business our enterprises to support them. Recently कुछ डाटा आपको बताया ही होगा अभी मेरे पहले कि भैया बेस्ट स्टार्टअप चाहे एग्रीकल्चर को लेके हो, चाहे अभी हम कुछ वर्कआउट कर रहे हैं डिफरेंट काइंड ऑफ पेरिशेबल गुड्स का ट्रांसपोर्टेशन एंड हैंडलिंग का कैसे किया जाए कि इंडिया में बेस्ट अरेंजमेंट हो सके, और चाहे टेक्नोलॉजी का को लेके। हमारे स्टेट में अगर मैं एआई की बात करूं या ड्रोन की अभी टोटली नई पॉलिसी की बात करूं, और ड्रोन में भी हमारे स्टेट के सभी डिपार्टमेंट ड्रोन को लेके कैसे फास्टर एंड अपडेट नॉलेज बेस बने, उस पे भी गवर्नमेंट भी बहुत सीरियसली काम कर रही है। चाहे वो एग्रीकल्चर की बात फील्ड में बात करें, चाहे हम हाईवेज की बात करें, चाहे हम वाटर मैनेजमेंट की बात करें, चाहे सिटीज़ के डिफरेंट काइंड ऑफ नीड बेस्ड मैनेजमेंट की बात करें, इन सब में ड्रोन हो या एआई जिस हिसाब से तेजी से स्मार्ट सिटीज़ आ रही है, उन सिटीज़ में हम लोगों का क्या रोल हो सकता है, कैसे हम लोग आगे बढ़ सकते हैं, क्या नए सेंटर्स हैं। और अभी हम रेडी टू मूव इन प्लेसेस भी स्टार्टअप की नई पॉलिसीज में देने वाले हैं। चाहे वो फाइनेंशियल सपोर्ट चाहिए, चाहे वो टेक्निकल सपोर्ट चाहिए, हम हर दृष्टिकोण से ओपनली वेलकम करना चाहते हैं। कोरोना ने एक और नई बात बताई है, क्योंकि इसके पहले अगर मैं 1.5 साल पहले की बात करूं तो स्टार्टअप के लिए बेंगलोर को इंडिया की कैपिटल माना जाता था, कर्नाटका को, तो वहाँ सबसे ज़्यादा स्टार्टअप इंडिया के शुरू हुए और सबसे ज़्यादा वहाँ पे फंडिंग भी हुई। लेकिन अब वो समय बदल रहा है। आफ्टर कोरोना धीरे धीरे ये स्प्रेड हो रहा है थ्रू आउट द कंट्री। और अगर कुछ नए नॉर्म्स की बात करूं तो नए नॉर्म्स में यहाँ पे ये भी प्रॉब्लम आ रही है कि रिजर्वेशन एंड स्टेट गवर्नमेंट की कितनी सपोर्टिव पॉलिसी है, क्योंकि स्टार्टअप में टाइम मैनेजमेंट एंड इमीडिएट एक्शन और रिएक्शन दोनों बहुत मैटर करते हैं। इट इज़ नॉट ए ट्रेडिशनल बिजनेस जहां आदमी 10 साल 20 साल की लाइफ थॉट्स को लेके, स्टेबिलिटी को लेके, तो तुरंत अगर आज दिमाग में आइडिया आया, हाउ फास्ट द गवर्नमेंट इज गोइंग टू सपोर्ट एंड हाउ फास्ट वी कैन कम अप विद द प्रोडक्ट इज इम्पॉर्टेंट। जब ये बात आई थी कि भैया हम इस एंगल को लेके करना चाहते हैं, चाहे वो प्राइम मिनिस्टर का हो, चाहे हमारे मध्य प्रदेश के मुख्यमंत्री जी का हो, दोनों की सोच एक लाइन में चल रही है कि हम कैसे ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा एंटरप्रेन्योर्स को अपॉर्चुनिटी मिले और वो अपने थॉट को रियलिटी में कन्वर्ट कर पाए। उसके लिए जो भी पॉसिबल सपोर्ट होगा वो सब अवेलेबल है। हमारे माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी का यह भी कहना है, और I can make sure that I'm always accessible to anybody in next 4 to 6 hours। किसी का भी कॉल आएगा अननोन नंबर से भी, तो उसको 6 घंटे के अंदर वापस कॉल बैक चला जाएगा मेरे ऑफिस से, व्हाट फॉर एंड व्हाट इज द इशू एंड फॉर ए अननोन नंबर एनीबॉडी इन द कंट्री। ये सिस्टम सिर्फ ये है कि एक्सेसिबिलिटी, क्योंकि इसमें एक्सेसिबिलिटी विद द हाईएस्ट अथॉरिटी इज इक्वली इम्पॉर्टेंट। आई एम नॉट गोइंग टू टॉक ऑन द क्या हम स्टेट गवर्नमेंट में एडवांटेज दे रहे हैं, क्या प्रिविलेज है, क्या मध्य प्रदेश के बेनिफिट है, क्या पॉलिसी में हम आपको सहयोग कर रहे हैं, क्योंकि वो प्रेजेंटेशन आई एम श्योर यू मस्ट हैव सीन, अभी हमारी टीम ने पहले कर दिया। तो मैं तो सिर्फ आपके और हमारे बीच में एक विश्वास की कड़ी जोड़ने के लिए आया हूँ, एक कॉन्फिडेंस लेवल जोड़ने के लिए आया हूँ कि गवर्नमेंट whenever you will think government is standing with you for growing together. We believe in this word that yes, we can do anything what we want. Let's start with the full confidence that we have to do. अगर मैं बात करूं तो आज की तारीख में हाईएस्ट लेवल ऑफ क्लस्टर्स आर कमिंग अप इन एमपी। मैं अगर चूंकि एमएसएमई भी डिपार्टमेंट मेरे पास ही है, माइक्रो स्मॉल फाइनेंस मैन्युफैक्चरिंग सेटअप, तो 50 करोड़ तक की इंडस्ट्री जिसमें 50 करोड़ का इक्विपमेंट है, वो इंडस्ट्री और आईटी और दोनों एक ही विभाग पहली बार कंबाइन किया साइंस एंड टेक्नोलॉजी के साथ, तो उसका भी एक अलग एडवांटेज है। ऑल दिस एडवांटेज टुगेदर इज बेसिकली कि किसी का टाइम का नुकसान ना हो, हम सब मिलकर तेजी से बढ़ें, आगे करें। ड्रोन की अलग से स्पेसिफिक हम पॉलिसी भी बना रहे हैं। हम एक यूनिवर्सिटी को भी नॉमिनेट कर रहे हैं कि जहां से स्किल्ड मैन पावर फॉर स्पेसिफिक पर्पज, अलग अलग पर्पजेस के लिए अलग अलग यूनिवर्सिटी को स्पेसिफिक ट्रेनिंग भी कर रहे हैं। अभी 2 महीने पहले एक मैंने टाई अप किया, इन्फोसिस और टीसीएस का बहुत बड़ा एक्सपोर्ट का हब है इंदौर में, मध्य प्रदेश में, where they had employed more than 10,000 employee in each center, इनके दोनों में। They were facing lot of problem in getting fresh day one से usable working team, क्योंकि अब उस चीज पे बड़े क्वेश्चन आने लगे कि 3 महीने या 6 महीने की आप स्किल किसी को लेके ट्रेन करो, डेवलप करो, उसके ऊपर बच्चे के ऊपर इन्वेस्ट करो, क्योंकि फ्लोटिंग एम्प्लॉयमेंट बहुत तेजी से बढ़ गया है, उसका रेशो बहुत तेजी से बढ़ गया है। तो आज की तारीख का एंटरप्रेन्योर ये सोचता कि मैंने आज एम्प्लॉय किया तो कल से मुझे उससे रिटर्न कैसे मिले। तो हमने अपनी एजुकेशन के सिस्टम में भी वो टाई अप किया, चेंज किया कि मैंने 12 यूनिवर्सिटी का टीसीएस और इन्फोसिस के साथ एग्रीमेंट किया कि वो क्या चाहते हैं, फाइनल ईयर के स्टूडेंट को वो एडिशनल अपनी फैकल्टी भेज के पढ़ाए या वो अपना मटेरियल दे, उस मटेरियल से वो उस हिसाब से आए कि जैसे ही वो बाहर निकले अपना एजुकेशन ख़त्म करके नेक्स्ट डे से वो इंडस्ट्री के लिए 100% यूजेबल हो। ये सब चीज़ें कहीं ना कहीं धीरे धीरे बहुत तेज़ी से बदल रही है। मैं अगर थोड़ा और सोच के बात करूं तो जितनी स्मार्ट सिटीज़, हाईएस्ट नंबर ऑफ स्मार्ट सिटीज़ आर कमिंग इन मध्य प्रदेश, तो ईच स्मार्ट सिटी इज लुकिंग फॉर लॉट ऑफ न्यू स्टार्टअप्स। एवरी लाइफ के हर एंगल को नए दृष्टिकोण से देखकर उनके बारे में क्या क्या ज़रूरतें हैं उसके बारे में सोचकर हम कितने नए विजनरी प्रोडक्ट निकाल सकते हैं, उसकी कोई लिमिट नहीं है। आज अगर मैं मध्य प्रदेश को देखूं तो 9 राज्यों से तो स्टेट वे कनेक्टेड है और हर कॉर्नर पे अब हम नए अलग अलग टाइप के इंडस्ट्री के भी हब बना रहे हैं और वो भी बना रहे हैं। हम अभी अगर मैं फर्नीचर क्लस्टर की बात करूं तो 7 जोन में मैं फर्नीचर का क्लस्टर बना रहा हूं, 7 अलग अलग शहरों में बना रहा हूं। जो अगर मैं विदर्भा के लिए बात कर रहा हूं तो मैं शिवनी में बना रहा हूं, तो मैं अगर राजस्थान और गुजरात की बात करूं तो मैं नीमच में बना रहा हूं। अगर मैं सेंट्रल मध्य प्रदेश की बात करूं तो मैं इंदौर में बना रहा हूं, अगर वेस्टर्न यूपी और नॉर्थ इंडिया के लिए बात करूं तो मैं मुरैना में बना रहा हूं, जो दिल्ली से 2.5 घंटे की ड्राइव पे हो। चाहे वो फर्नीचर क्लस्टर हो, चाहे वो ट्राई क्लस्टर हो, चाहे फार्मास्यूटिकल क्लस्टर हो, चाहे वो सेमी कुक्ड फूड के बारे में बात करें, चाहे वो हम, तो हर क्लस्टर में कई टाइप के इनोवेशन और नई चीज़ों के बहुत ज़्यादा स्कोप खुलते हैं। हमने ये भी कॉन्सेप्ट मध्य प्रदेश में से हटा दिया इंडस्ट्री के लिए। अब जो पहले चलता था, सामान्यतः कोई भी इन्वेस्टर आता था, वो पहले बोलता था कि साहब हमें इंडस्ट्रियल एरिया में आप जगह दे दो। सरकारें बात करती थी कि ओके हमारा ये नया इंडस्ट्रियल एरिया आ रहा है, इसमें आप बुकिंग कर लीजिए। बुकिंग कर लीजिए का मतलब 1.5 से 2 साल मिनिमम इंडस्ट्रियल एरिया बनने में लगेगा, उसके बाद 1-1.5 साल आपको काम शुरू करने में लगेगा। वी हैड कम अप विद ए न्यू कॉन्सेप्ट कि भैया कोई भी 5 इन्वेस्टर आके बोले कि हम को इस शहर में अनडेवलप्ड लैंड दे दो, 5 एकड़ से ज़्यादा की रिक्वायरमेंट होगी तो मैं उसको तुरंत अलाट करने देता हूँ कि अपने आप डेवलप कर लो अपनी ज़रूरत के। 5 या 10 आदमी के इंडस्ट्रियल एरिया की डेवलपमेंट के लिए इंडस्ट्रियल डेवलपमेंट का कॉन्सेप्ट ही गलत हो जाता है, क्योंकि टेक्नोलॉजी बहुत तेज़ी से बदल रही है, विषय बहुत तेज़ी से। आज जो आइडिया आया 6 महीने बाद आउटडेटेड हो गया। तो आप आज अगर सोचें तो कल से प्लग एंड प्ले के हमको कितनी जगह मिल रही है और अनडेवलप्ड लैंड कितनी चल रही है कि भैया हम स्टार्ट शुरू करें वहाँ, और एक्सपेंशन के लिए हमारे पास कहाँ अपने हिसाब से अपनी लाइन पे डेवलप करने का जोन कहाँ मिले। हम इन दोनों का कॉम्बिनेशन भी दे रहे हैं। हम इस लाइन पे भी सोचने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं कि चाहे एग्रीटेक का अगर आज की तारीख में मैं बात करूं तो मध्य प्रदेश में सबसे बड़ा अभी उसको फंड मिला एग्रीकल्चर के स्टार्टअप को। और अगर मैं एग्रीकल्चर में ही बात करूं तो कम से कम मैं अभी एक बायोटेक्नोलॉजी पार्क बना रहा हूं मध्य प्रदेश का सबसे पहला। 100 एकड़ ज़मीन मैंने उसको अलाट करी कि एग्रीकल्चर में भी कितने टाइप के स्टार्टअप उसके बेस को लेके हो सकते हैं। नीमच की जैसे अगर मैं बात करूं एग्री मंडी की, तो एशिया की सबसे बड़ी हर्ब्स की मंडी है, लेकिन हर्ब्स की मंडी में रॉ प्रोडक्ट 80% एक्सपोर्ट हो रहा है। उसकी प्रोसेसिंग, उसकी कनेक्टिविटी, उसके बारे में और क्या नया कॉन्सेप्ट डाला जा सकता है, उसमें बहुत स्पेसिंग है। अगर मैं केवल आईटी रिलेटेड बात करूं तो लास्ट माइल कनेक्टिविटी से लेके कि कहाँ पे कितनी कैसी सर्विसेज है, कितनी लेन थे। अभी मध्य प्रदेश गवर्नमेंट और रेलटेल मिलकर कुछ नई फास्टर कनेक्टिविटी के लिए कुछ और जोन की बात कर रहे हैं। मैं अगर थोड़ा और डायरेक्शन में बात करूं तो कनेक्टिविटी के एंगल से भी बहुत बेहतर हो गया। एयर कनेक्टिविटी जो पहले पुअर थी, अब मध्य प्रदेश के हर जोन में आप किसी भी डायरेक्शन में जाएं, हर जोन में हम एयर कनेक्टिविटी को भी बहुत बढ़ा रहे हैं, क्योंकि ये सब चीज़ों की कहीं ना कहीं ज़रूरत है। गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया की पॉलिसी में जितने भी इश्यूज आ रहे हैं स्टेट लेवल के, वो सब हमने कवर कर लिए हैं। चाहे हम थोड़ा और सोचें, एक सबसे बड़ा अगर मैं रेवेन्यू में बात करूं तो शायद मध्य प्रदेश सबसे पहले सर्वे ऑफ लैंड रिकॉर्ड का डिजिटलाइजेशन कर लिया, तो उसके आगे क्या क्या उसको लेके अपॉर्चुनिटी अपन देख सकते हैं। हर चीज़ का हम ड्रोन के माध्यम से कैसे उसको और बेहतर कर सकें। हम अर्बन सर्वे, अर्बन प्लानिंग आई हैव ऑलरेडी डिस्कस। इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर में अगर मैं बात करूं तो वाटर का मैनेजमेंट का अभी हमारे पास सबसे बड़ा सेटअप हमने तैयार कर लिया। मैं अपने ऑफिस में बैठ के ये बता सकता हूं कि भैया किस शहर में किस डेप्थ पे किस क्वालिटी का वाटर की कितनी अवेलेबिलिटी है और उसको कैसे हम और चीज़ों में रिसोर्सेस में कन्वर्ट करें। गति शक्ति इज अनदर एंगल वेयर वी कैन यूज दिस काइंड ऑफ टेक्नोलॉजी। माइनिंग बहुत बड़ा हमारे यहाँ पे फील्ड आ रहा है जिसमें हम प्रोसेसिंग और उसके बारे में आगे। हेल्थ इज अनदर सेक्टर जहां पे बहुत बड़ा अपॉर्चुनिटी आने वाला है। अगर मैं हेल्थ की अपॉर्चुनिटी के बारे में बात करूं विद अ डिफरेंट एंगल, मैंने अभी मेरी असेंबली में एक एक्सपेरिमेंट किया। मेरी असेंबली जिसको मैं पिछले 20 साल से रिप्रेजेंट करता हूं, वहाँ मैंने एक कंसेप्ट दिया कि प्रिवेंटिव इज बेटर देन ट्रीटमेंट। I have a data of 1,50,000 citizen of my constituency. My total voter base is about 2 lakh voters are there. Out of 2 lakh, 1,50,000 के health का पूरा रिकॉर्ड, including their ECG, their liver, kidney, heart, blood के 72 टेस्ट, बोन डेंसिटी, उनकी लंग्स की कैपेसिटी, उनके डिजिटल एक्सरे, उनकी और भी जो भी मेडिकल टेस्ट हो सकता है, सिर्फ कुछ टेक्नोलॉजी एक्सपर्ट के साथ बैठ के मैंने पूरा एक्सरसाइज की। इट कॉस्ट मी 250 रुपीज ओनली पर पर्सन, इंक्लूडिंग द इक्विपमेंट इंस्टॉलेशन एंड द मैन पावर। This could be a good idea that when Prime Minister is looking that I want to start telemedicine, I don't want, except the operation, the patient should go to much bigger and complicated hospital where he get relieved from one disease but get 4 more infection with the hospital. Because if we see, we forget about top few hospitals, but if we see a common medical college hospital or mediocre city hospital, there is lot of problem. So this kind of preventive, and it costs, it's all data is digital, or costing only 250 रुपये per person. आप एक केवल थायराइड का टेस्ट करवाने जाओगे तो 800 से 1000 रुपया मिनिमम ले लेगा। लेकिन no, how do we merge these kind of, मेरे को I took about 2 years to do complete this, but now I can say if somebody wants to start, I can give a package के formula के 6 महीने में पूरी सिटी का हेल्थ डाटा बन जाए, जो आज की सबसे बड़ी जरूरत है। कहीं ना कहीं स्टार्टअप के लिए दिस काइंड ऑफ लाइंस, दिस काइंड ऑफ डेटा कि हम अपने अपने जोन में क्या नई चीज कर सकते हैं हेल्थ रिलेटेड, क्या हम नई चीज एजुकेशन में बहुत बड़े चेंज आ रहे हैं। दिस कोरोना हैज गिवन ए लॉट ऑफ डिफरेंट काइंड ऑफ वे ऑफ एजुकेशन सिस्टम। आई टोटली कन्वर्टेड इन माय असेंबली टोटल डिफरेंट काइंड ऑफ थिंग। मैं अगर थोड़ा सा होम की तरफ देखता हूं तो सेफ्टी एंड डाटा और पूरा जो मैनेजमेंट है, मध्य प्रदेश में ऑनलाइन एफआईआर का कॉन्सेप्ट शुरू करा, जिसको हम बहुत तेजी से बढ़ाना चाह रहे हैं, ताकि कभी कोई ये ना कह सके कि जो सामान्यतः हम सब फेस करते हैं, एफआईआर कटवाना या एक क्राइम के लिए जाके थाने में बात करना itself is a big tension job. But जो कॉन्सेप्ट आ रहे हैं, एंगल टू सर्च ऑन दिस काइंड ऑफ थिंग अलग अलग हो सकते हैं. स्किल डेवलपमेंट इज अनदर मेजर इशू. कुछ हमारे सर्टिफिकेशंस पटवारी ट्रेनिंग इंस्टीट्यूट खुलवा रहे हैं, एग्री में काम कर रहे हैं, पॉलिटेक्निक में कर रहे हैं. हम कई रिमोट टीचर्स ट्रेनिंग के मॉड्यूल्स, दिस इज एन अनदर सब्जेक्ट फॉर स्टार्टअप. क्योंकि हर चीज के जो सुपर एक्सपर्ट, हमें कोई कितना ही एक्सपर्ट हो, बट हर 3 महीने में अलग अलग एंगल की ट्रेनिंग इज रिक्वायर्ड. ये सब भी हम बात कर सकते हैं. हम अगर थोड़ा सा और सोचें, डाटा एक्विजिशन, 3D टेक्नोलॉजी, उसमें हम काफ़ी अलग अलग टाइप के मॉड्यूल्स पे वर्क करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं. वी आर लुकिंग फॉर डिफरेंट एंटरप्रेन्योर्स हु वांट्स टू कम एंड डू. तो ये सब अलग अलग एंगल हो सकते हैं. बात हम 1 घंटे भी कर सकते हैं, लेकिन मैं यहाँ केवल सुनाने के बजाय सुनने को ज़्यादा प्रेफरेंस देना चाहूँगा. क्योंकि प्रेजेंटेशन आपने देख लिया, जनरल बात अपन ने कर ली, स्टेट इज ओपन, एंगल्स बात कर ली. अब थोड़े से अगर किसी के किसी स्पेसिफिक फील्ड और स्पेसिफिक क्वेश्चंस और स्पेसिफिक काइंड ऑफ सपोर्ट स्टेट गवर्नमेंट से चाहिए, तो आई वुड लाइक टू लिसन देम. एंड आई वुड लाइक कि अगर आप कोई पॉलिसी मेकिंग में भी सजेशन देना चाहें तो वो ज़्यादा यूजफुल होगा. इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ गिविंग माई 1 आवर लेक्चर, वो मैं पिछले 20 साल से देता आ रहा हूँ, अगले 10 साल भी देता रहूँगा, उससे कहीं कोई गेन नहीं होगा. इसीलिए जब बात आई कि आप प्रॉपर, तो मैंने जान करके कहा कि नहीं, डिटेल टेक्निकल प्रेजेंटेशन आप लोग दे दो, मैं आकर बात करूँगा. और आई कैन ओनली एश्योर कि इंडिया का हाईएस्ट एंड द बेस्ट सपोर्ट हम देने का प्रयास कर सकते हैं. We can never say that we are the ultimate final word, but yes, we can match any other state's requirement in a better way, because we have a advantage of the heart of the country in the center part, and with the open mindset of the team of government, which is 100% open to listen anybody. And I just want to conclude my word that हम तो खुले मन से ही आप सबका स्वागत करने के लिए तैयार हैं, आपके आइडिया सुनने के लिए तैयार हैं, आपको हर पॉसिबल सपोर्ट देने के लिए तैयार है. आप बताइए आपको क्या क्या हर्डल्स आ रही है जिनको स्मूथ कर कर हम सब आगे बढ़ सके, और ऑनरेबल प्राइम मिनिस्टर का जो सपना है आत्मनिर्भर भारत, उसकी ओर हम तेजी से आगे बढ़ें. आत्मनिर्भर मध्य प्रदेश भी बहुत तेजी से, सेम डे हमारा अनाउंसमेंट हुआ, क्योंकि जब तक हर स्टेट, हर शहर आत्मनिर्भर नहीं होगा तब तक आत्मनिर्भर भारत नहीं होगा. और मैं इस पूरी यात्रा को पिछले 20 साल की अंत्योदय से आत्मनिर्भर भारत की यात्रा मानता हूँ. क्योंकि हमारी जो थॉट शुरू हुई, हमारे ऑनरेबल प्राइम मिनिस्टर की जो थॉट शुरू हुई, वो अंत्योदय से शुरू हुई, आत्मनिर्भरता की ओर बढ़ रही है. और आत्मनिर्भर से सर्वशक्तिमान भारत तक हमें जल्दी से जल्दी पहुंचना है. उसी के लिए हम आप सबसे सपोर्ट मांगने के लिए आज आपके बीच में आए हैं. मुझे पूरा विश्वास है अपन सब बैठकर जब ये इस एंगल से सोचना शुरू करेंगे तो अपने को कई नए कॉन्सेप्ट मिलेंगे, और सब मिलकर आत्मनिर्भर भारत को बनाते हुए सर्वशक्तिमान भारत को बनाने में अपना योगदान देंगे। धन्यवाद, बहुत बहुत आभार। आई वुड लाइक टू लिसन few of you if they have any questions and any things in mind. I hope with your permission, because I really don't know that what you have in mind.
Hello. Hello. My question was, like all the robots are used in industries are being made in Japan or some other countries. Are you willing for some startup for manufacturing robots in India?
100%. And we give, if the woman entrepreneur hai, we give 50% grant in equipment and all the building and infrastructure which you develop, 50% grant we are giving already. The land cost, if you need for that, is usually 10% of the open market price, because we charge non-irrigated agricultural land का 25% only we charge. So residential or commercial उससे 3 गुना होता है collected guideline का, but we charge only non-irrigated agricultural land.
Hello sir, namaste sir. मैं शिवांशु द्विवेदी हूँ, founder and CEO of Prodlip. Sir, as per nowadays drone is very hyped. सभी लोग drones का कर रहे हैं और drone manufacturing drones की services के लिए कर रहे हैं. As per DGCA rules on 11 February, उन्होंने बोला अब DGCA का लाइसेंस पायलट नहीं चाहिए होगा. अगर अब ड्रोन स्कूल अगर लाइसेंस देगा तो ऑपरेटर कहीं भी ऑपरेट कर पाएगा. हम क्या कर रहे हैं, हम लोग प्लान करें क्योंकि डिमांड बहुत है तो पायलट भी चाहिए, ऑपरेटर भी चाहिए, डेवलपर भी चाहिए. तो हम लोग ड्रोन स्कूल सेटअप कर रहे हैं, डिफरेंट इंस्टीट्यूट. बट एज पर यंग स्टार्टअप वी डोंट हैव दैट मच सपोर्ट फ्रॉम लाइक इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर एज फंड. तो हम लोग क्या ट्राई कर रहे हैं, जैसे यूनिवर्सिटी मध्य प्रदेश की एक यूनिवर्सिटी है सत्य साई यूनिवर्सिटी, उन्होंने हमें कॉन्टेक्ट किया कि स्टार्ट सेटअप करो. तो क्या सर हम लोग ऐसा कर सकते हैं क्या गवर्नमेंट के साथ कि एक यूनिवर्सिटी गवर्नमेंट के साथ डिपार्टमेंट इंजीनियरिंग कॉलेजेस में हम लोग टाई अप कर पाएँ और एक स्कूल इंजीनियरिंग कॉलेज में खोल पाएँ जैसे एम्प्लॉयमेंट जनरेट हो?
देखिए, lot of colleges are looking for this kind of support. अभी मैंने बोला था कि मैंने 12 इंजीनियरिंग कॉलेज, उसमें से 4 सरकारी हैं, TCS और इन्फोसिस के साथ जॉइंट वेंचर करवाया. गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया ने भी अभी पॉलिसी में, एजुकेशन पॉलिसी में ये फ्रीडम दिया कि 30% ऑफ द कोर्स मटेरियल यू कैन एड ऑन टू योर चॉइस. नो, वर्कआउट ए फ्रेंचाइजी मॉडल विद देम. अगर आपको कुछ सपोर्ट चाहिएगा कुछ यूनिवर्सिटी के साथ, मैं आपको बिठा दूंगा, क्योंकि देयर आर लॉट ऑफ universities who are looking for new courses where the placement is guaranteed, where the immediate employment are immediate. If he wants to do anything, then he wants to do. तो हम वो भी टाई अप करवा रहे हैं. मैंने 12 यूनिवर्सिटी का अभी पिछले 2 महीने पहले साइन करवाया. तो वी आर ओपन, एंड वी आर ओपन मीन्स नॉट ऑन पेपर, क्योंकि मैंने खुद 28 साल इंडस्ट्री चलाई है. I was the first entrepreneur of the Noida. So I understand what problem each entrepreneur is facing. इसीलिए मैं नेताओं वाले भाषण देने के लिए नहीं खड़ा हुआ. मैंने बहुत पॉइंटेड बात करी कि आप तो अपनी समस्या बताइए, हम मिलके हल करेंगे. ओके,
थैंक यू.
थैंक यू.
Hello sir. Sir, can I get your contact number to discuss my project idea?
Write down 94250
94.
250
Thank you sir.
This is having अगर कभी भी आप घंटी देंगे 2-4 घंटे में कॉल बैक आएगा, और नहीं तो एक SMS डाल दीजिए, you'll get 100% कॉल बैक. व्हाट्सएप में खोल के कभी देखता नहीं, क्योंकि दिन में कम से कम 2000 व्हाट्सएप आते हैं.
सर एक बार रिपीट करेंगे प्लीज?
9425012604.
थैंक यू सर.
94-250-12-604.
हेलो सर,
My question is that all private limited companies, they have a mandatory audit requirement, yearly audit requirement. Are you thinking any kind of exceptions, especially for the startups?
मैं समझा नहीं आपका क्वेश्चन थोड़ा
So
और
the mandatory audit requirement for the private limited companies that you
नहीं
have
तो
to
आप
get it done
उसके आप प्रोप्राइटरशिप पे काम करिए ना.
through. So sometimes you have to get into the private limited
देखिए
company.
company law board is a different identity. There I cannot interfere. State cannot interfere company law. And the rules are there. I don't want to unnecessarily intervene in any other part which is not required. Company laws are made with lot of thought process, and wherever correction is required, it's different
Right.
things. If you are doing, you can go in LLP, limited liability companies, where the some rules are relaxed. And whenever you are affordable enough condition, convert it to private limited and public limited. These are standard policy.
Okay. Sir.
Thank you.
Hello, sir. My name is Amod Anand, and I'm founder of Loom Solar Company. So I have a question related to funding. So currently, Government of India is giving a city GSME scheme up to 2 crore without collateral. So can it be extended, say at least up to 5 crore? Those people who have like done revenue in the range of say 50 to 100 crore. So is there any kind of support?
We can try and support you in a different way. But collateral guarantee is usually designed by, again, Government of India. I can write down as a special case, or we can at times support, and Chief Minister's एंटरप्रेन्योर स्कीम बनाई हुई है. उस स्कीम में एज ए स्पेशल केस एंड वुमेन एंटरप्रेन्योर वी अलाउ एडिशनल 50% मार्जिन, मतलब जो भी लिमिट होता है उससे 1.5 हम वुमेन एंटरप्रेन्योर को देते हैं. सब्सिडीज में भी हम वुमेन एंटरप्रेन्योर को ज़्यादा देते हैं. आपके प्रोजेक्ट की कॉस्ट 40% ग्रांट से ऑलरेडी आधी रह जाती है, 50% रह जाती है. तो यू हैव एनफ स्कोप, बट अगर कोई स्पेसिफिक होगा तो वी कैन इंडिविजुअली टॉक ऑन कंसीडर ऑन दैट.
थैंक यू सर.
इधर भी दीजिएगा. हाँ उधर दे दीजिए, फिर एक माइक इधर भी, काफी देर से.
Hello, sir.
And I must appreciate this gentleman was the first gentleman who introduced himself. So I would welcome if you can spell your name and your some identity before making a question. That would, at least I can remember that.
Okay. My name is H.U. Malik. I'm from Kashmir. I'm the director of Secure Robot Drones Private Limited. Sir, हमने एक ड्रोन बनाया है for disaster management. So we are incubated in Srinagar. JKEDI is the nodal agency. But from last 2 years, हमारा 1 साल ही हो गया. But from last 1 year, उस nodal agency को अभी तक funding नहीं आ रही है government. How ICRA and you people can support us, because JKEDI still has not received any kind of funding. Yesterday evening only, JKTPO has promoted this event, and we came here and we see a better option. अब इसमें हमारी help कैसे कर सकते हैं सर?
देखिए मेरा थोड़ा सा लिमिटिंग फैक्टर है. आई एम वर्किंग फॉर ए स्टेट. आई एम ए मिनिस्टर इन ए स्टेट गवर्नमेंट.
Correct, sir.
एमपी में अगर आप आएंगे तो आपका ये सब क्वेश्चंस का मैंने ऑलरेडी अपने शॉर्ट वे में बताया कि मैं इंडिविजुअल खुद कई बार कई इंडस्ट्रीज के स्टार्टअप को खुद देख रहा हूँ. तो आई कैन वेलकम कम टू एमपी. आपकी ये पॉलिसी और हमारे इतने डिपार्टमेंट, ऑलरेडी हमने डिपार्टमेंट में ये ड्रोन की सर्विसेज को हायर करने का तय कर चुके हैं. हमने ऑलरेडी ये काम शुरू है. हमारे 5 डिपार्टमेंट ऑलरेडी ड्रोन में काम कर रहे हैं. ठीक है ना? थैंक यू.
सर आपने आइक्रा से सवाल पूछा है, जस्ट आपकी नॉलेज के लिए हमारा एक आइक्रा स्टार्टअप प्रोग्राम कल कुछ उसके बारे में डिस्कशन भी होगा और एक हम फंड कॉर्पस क्रिएट कर रहे हैं स्टार्टअप्स के लिए। तो वी आर प्लानिंग टू हैव अराउंड इनिशियली 50 CR फंड, जिसमें पहले टेक स्टार्टअप को इनिशियल लेवल पे जो सीड फंडिंग होती है उसकी शुरुआत होगी और फिर आगे आगे जैसे भी प्रोग्रेस होगी तो वो आपको पता लगता रहेगा।
तो उसके लिए आप कल कोई पिचिंग सेशन रख रहे हैं?
डेफिनेटली इसके बारे में कल सुबह सेशन में लिखा हुआ है, आप उसको चेक कीजिए। वी हैव अ कंप्लीट सेशन फॉर दिस प्रोग्राम।
ओके, थैंक यू।
Hello sir, good afternoon. This is Vijayshri from Cyborg EdTech. So sir, हमारी जो कंपनी है ये स्कूलिंग सिस्टम को AI की मदद से कम्प्लीटली ऑनलाइन लाने की कोशिश कर रही है, ताकि हम हर स्टेट में, हर जगह पर, पूरी कंट्री में उन बच्चों तक क्वालिटी एजुकेशन पहुंचा सके जो बच्चे जोग्राफिकल बाउंड्रीज़ की वजह से, इकोनॉमिकल बाउंड्रीज़ की वजह से भी एक उनके पास वो एक्सेस भी नहीं है क्वालिटी एजुकेशन का। नाउ ऑल्दो वी आर फ्रॉम गुड़गांव, बट वी वुड लव टू अप्रोच स्टेट्स एंड आपका थॉट प्रोसेस मुझे बहुत प्रोग्रेसिव लगा। आई रियली कमेंड दिस इज़ द फर्स्ट टाइम आई एम लिसनिंग टू अ पॉलिटिकल पर्सन हु इज़ so knowledgeable and so progressive in their thoughts. My ask is, so मेरा original question है कि सर हम चाहते तो ये है कि जो आप यूनिवर्सिटी लेवल पर अभी फ़िलहाल कर रहे हैं, हम वही 21st सेंचुरी स्किल्स बच्चों पे स्कूलिंग लेवल से स्टार्ट करना चाहते हैं। एंड द ओनली वे विच वी फील फॉर नाउ इट इज़ अचीवेबल इज़ अगर हम वो वर्चुअल स्कूल के माध्यम से जाएं। तो क्या इसके लिए कोई प्रोविज़न है आपके तरफ से? Any help or support we can get?
देखिए, मध्य प्रदेश इसमें बहुत आगे बढ़ चुका है। मध्य प्रदेश में अभी 3000 CM राइज स्कूल गवर्नमेंट के खोल रहा है। इसी अप्रैल में हम 300 स्कूल खोल रहे हैं, जिसमें ईच स्कूल में हम 25 करोड़ का गवर्नमेंट स्कूल में हम इन्वेस्टमेंट कर रहे हैं और उसको 100% डिजिटल कर रहे हैं। मेरी विधानसभा में मैंने आज के 5 साल पहले सभी सरकारी 40, मेरी असेंबली जो है वो बिल्कुल राजस्थान की बॉर्डर पे है, 350 गांव हैं जो बिलो 10,000 की पॉपुलेशन के हैं। बड़ी पॉपुलेशन 20,000 का एक शहर है मेरे गांव में, बाकी सब छोटे हैं। 40 के 40 हाई स्कूल और हायर सेकेंडरी डिजिटल हैं। कोरोना काल में मैंने 800 टैबलेट बांट के सरकारी स्कूल के बच्चों को ऑनलाइन कोचिंग देके जी मेंस और नीट के एग्ज़ाम क्लियर करवाए हैं विदाउट ए सिंगल डे स्कूल, विदाउट ए सिंगल कोचिंग। 10 बच्चे पास आउट हुए जो पिछले कोरोना ने हमें सिखाया, लेकिन जो पिछले 10 साल में नहीं हुए होंगे उतने 1 साल में आए। लेकिन जो सबसे बड़ी प्रॉब्लम है, अगर मैं डिजिटल एजुकेशन में बातें, बहुत कंपनियां मेरे टच में हैं, क्योंकि मेरा शौक अलग है, चूँकि मैं ट्रेडिशनल पॉलिटिशियन की जगह इंडस्ट्रियलिस्ट था और बाद में फोर्सफुली कन्वर्टेड इनटू पॉलिटिक्स। तो आई कैन से दैट वी आर टॉकिंग फॉर फॉरवर्ड और न्यू ट्रेनिंग, but we never have a solution that what are the weak point in each child. उसका assessment का मॉडल नहीं बनाते। उसका कोई assessment का आपका मॉडल है तो मैं उसके लिए बहुत तैयार। एक मिनट और लूँगा, मैं आपको पूरा ब्रीफ कर देता हूँ so that your next question comes pointed. मैंने ये जो पूरा assessment करा उसमें 800 पेपर करवाए थे 2 साल में, और उन पेपर के माध्यम से उनकी, और मैंने अभी यूनिवर्सिटीज़ को यही कहा है कि पहला जो 6 महीने आपका फाउंडेशन कोर्स होता है, एवरी यूनिवर्सिटी शुड पिन पॉइंट कि व्हाट आर द वीक एंड व्हाट आर द सब्जेक्ट इन विच ए चाइल्ड एट हिज अर्ली एज जस्ट स्लिप द क्लासेस, और बिकॉज ऑफ हिज ईगो ही इज नॉट updating his and he is not getting any opportunity. तो मैंने अपने यहाँ जो डिजिटल एजुकेशन किया है उसमें 4 दिन में पढ़ाई करवाता हूँ, 1 दिन पूरा वापस रिवीजन कराता हूँ और महीने में 2 बार फिर वापस रिवीजन कराता हूँ, और हर टीचर की 15 मिनट का मॉड्यूल है कि आज उसे किस चीज़ पे आना है। ये सरकारी स्कूलों में आज तक अडॉप्ट नहीं हुआ, इसलिए हमारी कई बार फाउंडेशन कमज़ोर है, जबकि कोर्स एक ही है शहर और ग्रामीण के बच्चे का, बट उसका फिनिशिंग टच ना होने के कारण अगर उसमें से आपका कोई मॉड्यूल है तो हम अभी टेंडर निकाल रहे हैं मध्य प्रदेश में, पहले इन 300 स्कूल का निकाल रहे हैं और उसके बाद हम 100% 2000 स्कूलों को 100% डिजिटली कनेक्ट करना चाह रहे हैं, पूरा कंप्लीट पैकेज देने वाले हैं। यू कैन अप्लाई इन दैट। ओके, गुड, ग्रेट, जस्ट सेंड मी द डिटेल। ओके,
Thank you very much, sir. Can I ask a question?
Yeah, in respect of time, we are taking one last question. Yes, sir, please go ahead.
मैडम एटलीस्ट 3 जो खड़े हैं उनको
Okay,
अलाउ
fine.
कर
Last 3
दीजिए,
I
questions.
think more than a
क्योंकि बहुत घंटे इंतजार करते हैं, बैठे रहते हैं,
I understand,
और
sir.
जब तक क्यूरियोसिटी खत्म नहीं हो
Thank you
लेक्चर
very much.
सुनने की कैपेसिटी भी खत्म हो जाती है।
Thank you very much, sir. I think you are more, along with the educationist, politician, you are more into education and it's a fruitful discussion. So I am just now thinking that I should ask a question related to the education. There is a university which came newly built in Manipur, and I am the vice chancellor for that university. I came to India after 35 years spending outside India. My background is that I got my education in France and worked in Canada, and after so long I came back because I love India. Now I'm Professor Afrozul Haq. This university is suffering with financial crisis because this is just last year it is approved. We have some funding, but as you know, there is a lot of funding needed to start a university. So as you are into education, more than politics and industries or an industrialist, I would like your guidance what we should do for funding the university. To have sufficient
I
funds.
think we are slightly deviating from the subject. What I suggest, आप next week में कभी time लेके कभी भोपाल आ जाएं,
जी जी
मैं कनेक्ट कर दूंगा, क्योंकि आजकल फाइनेंस के भी कई नए तरीके आ गए, इंक्लूडिंग के वेंचर कैपिटल तो एक फंड होता है वो स्टेट देती है, लेकिन लॉट ऑफ न्यू वेज ऑफ फंड रेजिंग आर देयर। उसको डिस्कस करेंगे तो अभी कम से कम आधा घंटा चाहिए उसका पूरा चार्ट बना के एक्सप्लेन करने का। और कई बार आधी कहानी खतरनाक हो जाती है, और स्पेशली फाइनेंस के कमिटमेंट में। क्योंकि मैं सिर्फ ये कहूँगा कि जैसे अभी मेरे एमएसएमई को का कोई भी बिल रेज होता है मध्य प्रदेश में, मैं 7 दिन में उसका किसी भी इंस्टीट्यूशन का होता है उसका फंड रेज करने का तरीका मैंने अलग अलग निकाले हैं। मैं आपको सिर्फ एक एग्जाम्पल के लिए बताता हूँ कि मध्य प्रदेश में हमारी कम से कम 1000 इंडस्ट्री बीएचईएल को सप्लाई करती है। उनका साइकिल बन गया पब्लिक सेक्टर का कि 1 साल बाद ही पेमेंट देना। इसका मतलब उसका कैपिटल से ज़्यादा वर्किंग कैपिटल में ब्लॉकेज हो गया। मैंने स्टॉक एक्सचेंज वालों से बात करी, उनके सरप्लस फंड को नेशनल स्टॉक एक्सचेंज ने 7% पे सभी को फंडिंग करना शुरू कर दिया। गवर्नमेंट की सब्सिडी लेट आती है कई बार, हमने उसको कनेक्ट कर दिया इनके माध्यम से कि आप उनके बिल डिस्काउंट कर लो। नाउ देयर आर डिफरेंट वेज, यू हैव टू डू ए एक्सपेक्टेड इनकम को डिस्काउंटिंग कराने का कई मॉड्यूल आ गए। What you are talking, what I can understand is your expected profit को आप डिस्काउंट करा के उसके अगेंस्ट पैसा लेना चाहते हैं। Am I correct?
Yes, you are right.
तो उसकी पूरी डिटेलिंग समझने के लिए तो बहुत टाइम लगेगा प्रोफेसर साहब। You understand you have spent so many years in education.
As you suggested, I will visit Bhopal.
Yeah, most welcome.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, sir. My name is Puneet Jain, and sir, we are currently in manufacturing of power supplies, and we are giving it to Mahindra and Samsung like companies. सर मेरा सवाल ये है कि जैसे हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी का सपना है आत्मनिर्भर भारत का, तो क्या हम मध्य प्रदेश में इन्वेस्ट करें तो हमारे को क्या इंसेंटिव सरकार से मिल सकते हैं मैन्युफैक्चरिंग के लिए एक बड़े प्लांट के ऊपर?
देखिए, अगर आपका कैपिटल इन्वेस्टमेंट बिलो 50 करोड़ है तो 40% आप योर प्लांट एंड मशीनरी का हम सब्सिडी देते हैं। बिल्डिंग का 50 करोड़ के अलावा एडिशनल भी है, वो भी हम 40% ग्रांट देते हैं। दैट इज इंडियाज हाईएस्ट इन एनी ऑफ द स्टेट। ओवर एंड अबव हम पावर में भी कुछ टेरिफ में डिस्काउंट देते हैं फॉर ए न्यू एंटरप्रेन्योर। हम अभी वाटर भी सबसे इकोनॉमिकल अवेलेबल है और सबसे प्योर वाटर मध्य प्रदेश में नर्मदा का पानी आधे मध्य प्रदेश में अवेलेबल है। तो एंड ट्रेन मैन पावर, क्योंकि हम मैन पावर में भी स्किलिंग के लिए फंडिंग कर रहे हैं। अभी हमने कुछ स्पेसिफिक प्रोजेक्ट्स में वर्कर्स को भी सब्सिडाइज, उसकी कास्ट को सब्सिडाइज करने का, इवन आईटी में भी हमने कुछ किया है। रेडीमेड गारमेंट में मैं हर वर्कर के एम्प्लॉयमेंट पे 13,500 रुपया उसकी ट्रेनिंग के लिए देता हूँ फर्स्ट टाइम, और 5 साल तक उसको 5 या 6,000 रुपया फॉर फीमेल 6,000 पर मंथ फाइनेंशियल सपोर्ट देता हूँ एम्प्लॉय। और ये दिस इज मच मोर देन व्हाट यू इन्वेस्ट, बट डिपेंड्स ऑन प्रोजेक्ट टू प्रोजेक्ट ऑल्सो वी वर्क इट आउट। तो आप अपना स्पेसिफिक प्रोजेक्ट बना के दीजिए। What kind of support are you looking over and above to the policy? We will examine, and there is a group of ministers. We sit down and work it out. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, good afternoon, sir. Myself, Ketan Mehta. I am an ex-NRI, Star Gulf Global. My company's name is there. And just recently, due to COVID, I could not renew my visas or license or everything. And yes, very much I am interested in setting up something. I was just looking for it, and my wife is an educationist, and she is from Indore. So we are very much looking for it. So sir, I would like to have some personal meeting with you, maybe in Indore also, or Bhopal, anywhere, to take things, move things further in this matter, as we are very serious about starting high-tech business in a very big way.
Most welcome. Your question doesn't come. Your question was limited in one line that you want to have a personal meeting. I am open. You just send me SMS. I have my GM sitting in Delhi. We have an office of our MSME department.
Right, sir.
In बाबा खड़क सिंह मार्ग मगनैनी में हमारे बैठते हैं। GM साहब आप खड़े होके अपना फ़ोन नंबर आप लिखवा दीजिए, that would be better, क्योंकि लोगों को या मोबाइल, ये 1 मिनट दे दीजिए, आपका मोबाइल नंबर और डिटेल आप सबको नोट करवा देंगे।
And sir,
ये हेडफोन दे दीजिए इन्हें, आपके हाथ में है, आप ये दे दीजिए ना, ये लिखा देंगे सबको, माइक पे ही बोल देंगे, that is better. I want my every team is accessible 24/7.
And sir, as you happen to say, just let me continue. Just 1 minute. As you happen to say, okay, you are welcoming women and.
1 सेकंड आप पहले ये नोट करवा दें, ये खड़े हैं तो।
Yes, yes, please.
Hello. 880004 15652. 880004 15652.
Your good name?
BN Tiwari.
Yes, sir. So let me continue. Sir, as you happen to say, okay, you are looking welcoming women entrepreneurs in MP. So let's start over here on itself. My wife is very much there, and we can give you assurance that yes, we would like to invest over there and have your support, which you happen to say, and I'm very pleased. As I don't feel you are a politician, I feel you are more of a businessman and something, and that is what we require.
अरे भैया बिल्कुल बिना पॉलिटिशियन मत करिए, थोड़ा सा पॉलिटिक्स का टच रहने दीजिए।
Sir, by default,
मेरा अगला टिकट कट जाएगा।
नहीं sir, by default we can say. So if I say by default also, that would be okay.
Okay.
Yeah, so I would like to meet you personally in Bhopal or anywhere next week or so, and we can take things further.
Usually Monday, Tuesday में से एक दिन भोपाल जरूर रहता हूँ। मोबाइल नंबर आपके पास है, मेरे ऑफिस के यहाँ दिल्ली के नंबर भी अभी मैंने लिखवा दिए। आप कभी भी SMS डालेंगे, आपको नेक्स्ट 2-3 दिन में अपॉइंटमेंट मिल जाए.
So yeah, I can get an appointment with you directly.
Yeah.
Okay.
Most welcome.
Thank you, and I am very much happy with all whatever you said, and it was really worth coming from Bombay for this conclave.
Thanks to Rajkumar ji,
Yes,
जिनने
yes. I appreciate.
इतना आपको
Truly, I was late, but I appreciate.
opportunity दी to have the relationship.
सर नमस्कार, मेरा नाम रामकरण प्रजापति है, मैं सूरतगढ़ श्रीगंगानगर राजस्थान से हूँ. तो मैं यही पूछना चाहता हूँ कि जिस प्रकार आप मध्य प्रदेश सरकार के तहत जो झुग्गी झोंपड़ी वाले बच्चे होते हैं या ईंट भट्टा पर मजदूरी करने वाले या भवन निर्माण के लिए मजदूर होते हैं, उनके लिए केंद्र सरकार या अपने मध्य प्रदेश सरकार के जरिए क्या स्टार्टअप है वो कर रहे हैं?
देखिए, आप स्टार्टअप का क्वेश्चन है या बच्चों के कैरियर का क्वेश्चन है, बच्चों की सिक्योरिटी का क्वेश्चन है? आपका क्वेश्चन मिक्स आ रहा है, कोई क्लियरिटी नहीं आ रही है उसमें.
सर जी, मेरा क्वेश्चन ये है कि जो मैं बात हमारे राजस्थान की ले रहा हूँ.
नहीं, राजस्थान नहीं, गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया की पॉलिसी है. हाँ. एक पॉलिसी है जो रेगुलर नहीं होके अडॉक कर्मचारी, असंगठित, अनऑर्गेनाइज्ड लेबर के लिए एक पॉलिसी है गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया की. उसमें उसके फैमिली वेलफेयर के हाईएस्ट बेनिफिट है. हाईएस्ट बेनिफिट के मतलब अगर कोई वर्कर एक बार किसी परिवार का उसकी बेटी की शादी होगी तो भी 51,000 रुपये सरकार देगी. वो गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया की स्कीम है. जस्ट लुक फॉर अनऑर्गेनाइज्ड, असंगठित, अनऑर्गेनाइज्ड लेबर policy of government of India. You'll find lot of benefits in it. उनके बच्चों की पढ़ाई का खर्चा सरकार देती है, उनकी प्राइम मिनिस्टर या प्रधानमंत्री आवास में प्राथमिकता मिलेगा, उज्ज्वला योजना में प्राथमिकता मिलेगा, हर जगह उनको प्रायोरिटी है. थैंक यू.
सर इसमें थोड़ा सा और है भी, जो यहाँ से परिवार जाते हैं यूपी बिहार से राजस्थान में ईंट भट्टा पर मजदूरी करने जाते हैं, तो उनके बहुत सारे बच्चे होते हैं जो पढ़ाई से बिछुड़ जाते हैं. तो ऐसे में केंद्र सरकार की कोई योजना हो?
भैया मैंने आपको बताया ना, पढ़ाई की भी बताई, शादी की भी बताई. आपका शरीर नहीं आया, मन कहीं और भटक रहा है. आप ध्यान से सुन नहीं रहे हो. शरीर आपका पूरा यहाँ है लेकिन मन यहाँ नहीं है अभी आपका. मैंने उत्तर दिया, आपने ध्यान से नहीं सुना कि एजुकेशन का बोला, शादी का बोला, आवास का बोला, अनाज का बोला, कि आप कहीं पे भी राशन ले सकते हो. अब तो वो भी चालू हो गया. तो ये सब चीज़ें पूरे इंडिया में अवेलेबल है. राजस्थान कहीं अलग नहीं जा सकता. ठीक है, राजस्थान की अपनी स्टेट में सपोर्टिव पॉलिसी नहीं होगी, लेकिन केंद्र सरकार की पॉलिसी तो पूरे भारत में अवेलेबल है. ओके, थैंक यू.
Check. So in respect of time, we can't take any further questions. But sir, there is this one question that this gentleman has been raising hands since a very long time. I would request you to kindly answer it in one-liner. He has already answered it. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, sir, for such a nuanced and comprehensive.
Thanks for your control. That answer in 1 second.
Thank you so much, sir. I have been hosting since past 6 years now. But in all the conclaves that I've hosted, I have never seen any political figure or any dignitary sharing his personal number. And, you know, talking in such a deep length and in such a comprehensive manner about all the policies. Can we have a huge round of applause for our honorable guest of honor? So you are a visionary, you are a man with powerful insights, and you're very inspirational, I must say. And thank you so much, sir, for joining us here today. I would request the President ICRA to kindly present the memento to our honorable guest of honor. And so, before you leave, I would request the President ICRA to kindly thank our guest of honor for joining us here today.
It's really an honor you are here, sir, on a short notice. बहुत कम होता है जब हमारे मिनिस्टर्स ऐसे होते हैं जो इतना सोच सकें कि ग्राउंड लेवल पर क्या होना चाहिए. सर, दिस इज नॉट अ पॉलिटिकल गैदरिंग. तो यहाँ से जो अप्रिशिएशंस हैं या जो भी क्लैपिंग्स है, दैट्स अ रियल क्लैपिंग. राइट? सो अगेन बिग राउंड ऑफ अप्लॉज फॉर योर विजन। अच्छी बात यह है कि कहीं हद तक स्टेट्स के बीच में जो कंपटीशन की जो फीलिंग थी वो एक स्टार्ट हो गई है। अभी हम ये डिस्कस कर रहे हैं कि कर्नाटका में कितने स्टार्टअप्स हैं और अभी मध्य प्रदेश में कितने स्टार्टअप्स होंगे। तो जब ये फीलिंग स्टेट लेवल पर सर ये शुरुआत हो गई है तो डेफिनेटली उसका माइलेज जो है हम लोगों को भी मिलने वाला है। और इसके अलावा जो ये अप्रोच डायरेक्ट होना, आई रियली अप्रिशिएट सर कि चाहे वो चीफ मिनिस्टर हैं या मिनिस्टर हैं या उनके साथ के जो कलीग हैं, स्टाफ हैं, हर कोई एक्सेसिबल है। और ये अगर हम सभी स्टेट में कर पाते हैं और जिससे कि हमारी आवाज़ उन तक पहुँचे, क्योंकि ये अप्रोच जब तक टॉप डाउन टू बॉटम नहीं होगी, टॉप टू बॉटम, तब तक सारी चीज़ें हम एक्सपेक्ट नहीं कर सकते। हम हमेशा सोचते हैं गवर्नमेंट को कुछ करना चाहिए, लेकिन अभी लग रहा है कि गवर्नमेंट कुछ कर रही है। तो ये मध्य प्रदेश की शुरुआत है, बाकी स्टेट्स में भी काफ़ी कुछ ऐसा हो रहा है। दैट्स रियली अ गुड थिंग। 2 पॉइंट सर मैं आपको बताना चाहूँगा जो आपने इनिशिएटिव लिया है यूनिवर्सिटी के साथ में कुछ कंपनीज को कोलैबोरेट करने का। इनफैक्ट तो आइक्रा भी उसके लिए हम लोग एक प्रोग्राम लॉन्च कर रहे हैं, आइक्रा सर्टिफाइड प्रोफेशनल प्रोग्राम्स। तो ये एक नॉर्मल जो ट्रेडिशनल तरीका होता है फिल्टर करने का टैलेंट को, ये वैसा प्रोग्राम नहीं है। इसमें हम लोग क्वार्टरली एंड देन हाफ ईयरली एक तरीके का एग्ज़ाम कंडक्ट होगा, जिसमें जो भी कंपनीज़ हैं, जो कंपनीज़ टेक्निकल कंपनीज जो चैलेंजेस फेस करते हैं, वो अपने टेक्निकल सॉल्यूशंस के लिए ये एप्लीकेशंस हम इनवाइट करेंगे। एक तरीके का एग्ज़ाम होगा जो प्रैक्टिकल होगा और उसमें वो जो स्टूडेंट उसका सॉल्यूशन निकालेंगे, उसको सबमिट करेंगे और कंपनी एक्सेप्ट करेगी, देन ओनली दे विल बी सर्टिफाइड। सो एक जो ट्रेडिशनल अप्रोच था किसी एग्ज़ाम का सर्टिफिकेट देने का, उससे हट के कुछ करने की हम कोशिश कर रहे हैं। और पहला एग्ज़ाम हम लोग शायद जून में स्टार्ट करेंगे, जिसका अनाउंसमेंट हम लोग कल करने वाले हैं। दिस इज़ वन इनिशिएटिव सो दैट जो सर्टिफाइड लोग निकल के आएंगे दे आर एक्चुअली एम्प्लॉयबल, रादर दे कैन ऑल्सो स्टार्ट देयर ओन बिजनेस। दिस इज़ वन थॉट। और इसके अलावा हम लोग स्टार्टअप्स को लेके एक इनिशिएटिव काफ़ी कुछ गवर्नमेंट्स के साथ हमारी बात फाइनल स्टेज में चल रही है, और इस अपॉर्चुनिटी को मैं एनकैश करना चाहूँगा कि मध्य प्रदेश में भी अगर हम ऐसा कर पाते हैं, काफ़ी सारे स्टेट्स में गवर्नमेंट की बहुत सारी प्रॉपर्टी अनयूज्ड होती है, किसी भी वजह से हो सकती है। और स्टार्टअप्स को आज की डेट में जब भी कोई कंपनी शुरू करनी होती है तो सबसे बड़ा चैलेंज क्या है? ओपेक्स का। कहीं पे भी चाहे वो आज बिजनेस सेंटर में भी शुरुआत करेंगे तो रेंट तो देना पड़ेगा, इलेक्ट्रिसिटी देनी पड़ेगी। अगर ये पॉसिबल हो जाए कि जो अनयूज्ड प्रॉपर्टी है उसको एक तरीके का हम हब बनाए, स्टार्टअप हब टू द डिस्ट्रिक्ट लेवल, ऐसा नहीं है कि भोपाल में बने या इंदौर में बने, वो एक छोटी सी स्टेट के, छोटी सी सिटी के अंदर भी बन सकता है, क्योंकि वहाँ पर भी ऐसी प्रॉपर्टी होगी, वहाँ पर भी ऐसे बच्चे होंगे जो कुछ करना चाहते हैं, ऑप्शन नहीं है उनके पास। तो वहाँ पे हम उस कॉस्ट को मिनिमाइज कर सकें और ऐसी जो प्रॉपर्टी हमें मिलेगी हम उसको, ऑब्वियसली देयर वुड बी अ जॉइंट एमओयू विद द गवर्नमेंट, और वहाँ पे हम सभी तरीके की टेक्निकल गाइडेंस हम उनको प्रोवाइड कर सकें एट द ग्राउंड लेवल। और फर्दर जब भी कोई इनोवेशन होता है, डेवलपमेंट होता है, उसके लिए इन्वेस्टर्स को वहाँ पे हम अरेंज करा सके। जब इस तरह का हम सिस्टम बनाएंगे देन ऑब्वियसली दैट विल बी अ रियल सपोर्ट टू द स्टार्टअप। तो आई होप कि आपके सहयोग से ये चीज़ हम कर पाएंगे, एंड रियली थैंक्स टू यू। या प्लीज।
Can I?
या प्लीज सर।
With the madam's permission because she's running late. कितना? 2 क्वेश्चन आपने डाले हैं
जी।
एक रेंटल बहुत एक्सपेंसिव की, मध्य प्रदेश सरकार पूरी आईटी के लिए बनी बुनाई बिल्डिंग रेडी टू मूव इन एंड डू देयर इंटीरियर 16 रुपये स्क्वायर फीट, जो 8 से 10 रुपया तो आपका मेंटेनेंस का लगता है, 16 रुपये स्क्वायर फीट हमें रेंट पे देती है। इट मीन्स लिटरली 3-4 रुपये स्क्वायर फीट का रेंट लगा, बाकी तो उस बिल्डिंग का मेंटेनेंस चार्ज लगेगा। और उस पर भी अगर इकोनॉमिकल वर्कर्स ज़्यादा हैं और 100 से ज़्यादा एम्प्लॉय है तो हम उनके भी उसको शेयर कर रहे हैं, कॉस्ट ऑफ एम्प्लॉयमेंट को शेयर कर रहे हैं, 5 से 6 हज़ार रुपया पर मंथ। That is one. The second thing which you said that अब स्टेट में कंपटीशन हो गया इसलिए करें, स्टेट तो बहुत आगे बढ़ गई, अब तो एंटरप्रेन्योर्स को साथ दौड़ने की कैपेसिटी बनानी है। स्टेट्स तो बहुत स्टेट रनिंग मूड में है, क्योंकि प्राइम मिनिस्टर का इतना स्ट्रॉन्ग फॉलो पर स्ट्रॉन्ग हर ट्रेड पे ग्रोथ के रेशो का कंट्रोल है। वरना दुनिया की मंदी के दौर में with 100% confidence I am telling you कि कोई कंट्री उस स्पीड पे अपना मेंटेन नहीं कर पाई कि कहीं पूरे इंडिया में ये हाहाकार नहीं मचा कि मंदी के कारण इतनी कंपनीज बंद हो गई, कोरोना के कारण इतनी कंपनीज, कैसे उसका मैनेज किया। लेकिन अब जो जरूरत है आप लोगों की स्पीड से रनिंग अप के लिए, आप कितने तैयार हैं? सरकारें तो सब तैयार है, आई कैन गारंटेड से आपको अपनी स्पीड बनानी है। थैंक यू वेरी मच।
थैंक यू सर।
Thank you so much for joining us here today. I would humbly request you that we have brilliant minds showcasing their ideas in the exhibition center. I would request you to kindly have a look around. Thank you so much, sir, again for your valuable time. On that note, everyone, we will proceed with our next session of the day. Please be seated. Post this session, we'll proceed towards lunch. I request you to kindly follow the social distancing norms. Kindly practice social distancing and please wear the mask all the time. All right, may I now request Shri R.V. Ramakrishna, General Manager, Officer in Charge, NABARD, New Delhi Region Office, to kindly join us up on stage for his presentation. Shri R.V. Ramakrishna ji.
Good afternoon. I think the previous session was very, very enriching and very useful to most of you. Normally the session before lunch and after lunch, they're very difficult for the speaker because it's very difficult to keep holding on to the attention of the people. But then I'll try my best and I'll keep it short because I'm also hungry, yeah? So, my name is Ramakrishna. I am the officer in charge of the NABARD office in New Delhi. I will very briefly talk about about
I would request everyone to be kindly seated for this session. Everyone standing at the back, can we all be seated? Thank you. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. So I'll very briefly talk about what NABARD is and what NABARD does for the startups. By the way, I think all of us know startups are important, you know, and each one, perhaps each one of you will give a different reason as to why it's important. But incidentally, I was seeing this Kapil Sharma show on startups, yeah, when he had these startups on his TV. And then it really makes you realize that they have such a huge and very useful contribution to the GDP of the country when he was trying to, you know, accumulate their net worths. And do you know how long it takes for a startup to become a unicorn? I'm talking about unicorn because I'm a funder. NABARD is a funding agency. So I believe it takes anywhere between 6 months for a startup to become a unicorn to 37 years. Yeah? So with that, I think I would thank ICRA for having given me the opportunity here, and I think I will address you as prospective startups, and would-be unicorns, yeah, which is what is in everyone's mind when they really set up a startup. And obviously, startups are also there to solve some problems. So NABARD, as you all know, is the National Bank for Agriculture and Rural Development. Yeah, and we have a vision of being the development bank of the nation for fostering rural prosperity. So I think it's quite a huge vision and quite a broad vision, which enables us to do many things which we keep doing. Many times they don't seem related, but then if you look at the vision, I think one would understand that. And how we do this, to achieve our vision, we have a mission of promoting sustainable and equitable interventions, whether credit or non-credit, and also developmental. That is broadly the mission. And we have the head office in Mumbai. We have about 31 regional offices. We have 4 training establishments, 3 for the client institutions, because NABARD is a refinancing agency with a huge mandate for development. So we have a lot of clients in the form of the banking system, the rural banking system, the NGO, the civil society organizations, the local government officials in the districts. So we have 4 training centers. We also have about 377 district offices. That is, we have a reach into the district. And we also have 19 cluster offices through whom we manage all the 700 odd districts in the country. We have a huge human resource base of about 2,200 professionals who do anything from agriculture to finance to infrastructure development to even working with startups. This is broadly our balance sheet size. As of last year, we were about 6.5 lakh crore. We hope to touch this 7.5 lakh crore this year. Very briefly, what NABARD does. NABARD, I think we have 4 major functions. One is credit and refinance. We are a bank to the banks. Yeah. So we don't directly deal with retail clients. We are a bank to all the banks in the country, whether public sector, private sector, foreign banks, the regional rural bank, the cooperative bank, the small finance bank, the payment banks, banks of all hues and sizes. Credit and refinance, we provide loans to the banks, both short-term working capital purposes and also term lending purposes, broadly in all areas of agriculture and rural development. We also provide credit for infrastructure development. State governments are the major beneficiaries of this product of ours. We have close to sanction about 4 lakh crores for development of infrastructure in the rural areas. We have an outstanding of close to 2 lakh crores. Infrastructure again, whether it be a rural road or a rural school or a rural bridge or an irrigation structure or a school or a hospital or a market, rural market. So we have about 38 different types of activities which are classified as rural activities for infrastructure, and we lend to the state governments. Almost every year we sanction about 40,000 crores only for this alone. Incidentally, we have about 1/4 of the rural infrastructure financing market with us. So that's about credit and refinance. And we have another important function, which is supervision. NABARD has been empowered by the Banking Regulation Act to supervise the rural banks, which is the regional rural banks and the rural cooperative banks. They are exclusively supervised by NABARD. And we pass on the supervision reports to the Reserve Bank of India, who is the regulator. There can be only one banking regulator, and Reserve Bank of India is the banking regulator. We support the Reserve Bank of India in regulating the rural finance space. So supervision is an important function of ours, through which we have a lot of influence over the rural institutions. While we do supervise them, because we want the rural financing institution to be strong and sustainable, we also have a developmental arm of NABARD. Incidentally, 50% of our staff is involved in one development form or the other. We have an institutional development department which takes the responsibility of ensuring that the cooperative bank, the regional rural banks, people working in the banks are trained properly. The banks are able to deliver services which are needed. For example, we have ensured that all the cooperative banks in the country develop a CBS, because CBS, the commercial banks used to have them. But then the cooperative banks are small institutions. It was very difficult for them to have a CBS on their own, and therefore NABARD enabled all the cooperative banks to be on CBS, which was a requirement of the regulator. So that is one example of development in the institutional development space. We also have what is called the watershed development programs in the country. About 2.3 million hectares of waste and dry land has been made into productive land, which produces many crops today. We take almost anywhere between 5 to 10 years to ensure that land which looks brown in the picture becomes green in the picture after 5 or 10 years. Then we also work with about 500,000 tribal families to ensure that they have a comprehensive and sustainable form of livelihood. This we do by helping them plant orchards or fruit trees in their 1 acre of land, which we train them in maintaining them and taking care of them. And incidentally, when I was talking to one tribal family, he said that you have done a great thing. You have ensured that I get pension for the next 40 years. Yeah, because every year these orchards provide them income, and sometimes it's quite substantial. So that is what we do with the tribal families. This is what we do in the agriculture development space. We also have incidentally, I think when a small borrower or a person of small means goes to a bank, he is not very welcome, because his requirements are very small. He wants to save 100 rupees, or he wants to borrow 1,000 rupees or 5,000 rupees. This is very difficult for a bank to handle. And therefore, NABARD, with a lot of action research-oriented studies, we have developed something called as the self-help group bank linkage product. We organize the rural poor people into groups. We ask them to save their own money in the groups and lend that money within the groups, so that they learn basic aspects of financial management. And then they take this history of working within the group to the bank to show their credit histories and perhaps borrow. What we started off with about 500 groups in 1992. Today we have about 1.3 crore groups in the country. 1.3 crore groups have provided access to almost 20 crore, that is 200 million rural people who never were a part of the banking system earlier. So that is another example of development which we do. So now I think, let me talk about why we have got into this, the agriculture space. Incidentally, when NABARD does provide support to the startups, mostly in the agri and rural space. We don't get into other space because there are lots of other institutions to do that. So, as I told you, why do we need startups? We need startups to solve some problem. Yeah, a challenge or a problem which is normally solved by the startups. And normally, if a startup has to be successful or become big or grow big, it needs to scale up. And for scaling up, you need to have a good business model, and perhaps having technology is also very useful. So these are the types of challenges which we intend that the startups will solve in the agri and rural space. I will not go into each of these problems because instantly there are about 7 or 8 startups who have been supported by indirectly by NABARD through our incubator, who are having stalls in the exhibition. I would encourage you to go and have a look at them. Yeah. So I think these are all the opportunities for agri-tech startups which people can look at. And we feel that technology is quite an important thing. If one has to achieve scale, if one has to ensure that you're efficient in what you're doing, I think technology really helps. And we do support agri-tech startups. So now just a brief about what NABARD does for startups. See, incidentally, I think after the Government of India's, the Honorable Prime Minister's initiatives of Stand Up India and Startup India, a lot of young professionals have, got energized perhaps and also got motivated, and they're having a lot of startups. But then startups are not funded by the conventional banks, because a conventional bank will only fund something which has been time tested, and startups do require funds. And I think after this, perhaps Startup India and Stand Up India, the venture capital space has evolved quite a bit. But even today, if you see the fundings that come from venture capital, 85% of it goes to the consumer tech, the fintech, yeah, the regular, the software as a service. The startups in the agriculture sector, I believe about 15% of the VC funds go to these startups. And even those 15% of the funds, they don't go to agriculture startups who solve the problems of small farmers. They go to startups which solve the problems of contract farming or the huge farmers, because that is where there is also an opportunity to scale up for the startups. So it's not really a problem of the startups, but then it's a problem of the ecosystem which we need to support and build. And therefore, I think NABARD's priority is always to look at startups who help the small and marginal farmers increase his income. Yeah, that is one priority for us. We also look at startups who solve problems of productivity and logistics and supply chain issues in agriculture, but eventually also helping the small and marginal farmers. If you look at the last year's funding for startups, the Private Equity and Venture Capital Association, they have come up with a report that about 57 startups have been provided venture capital in the agriculture and food sector. And they also say that if you look at the ranking of the agriculture and food sector, by value of the deals done by venture capital, agriculture comes about 12th out of 22 sectors. And by the number of deals, agriculture and food sector, they come 5th or 6th. So things are not so bad. And NABARD has been in the, we have been set up in 1982. So we are quite 38 years plus. We've been trying to work with startups for the last 10 years, but then since we did not have our own experience, what we did initially was we tried to invest in alternate investment funds which invested in agriculture startups. Our only condition to them was, I give you 100 crores and you should give at least 200 crores to the agriculture and rural startups. That was a condition. And we have invested about 530 odd crores in these agriculture alternate investment funds. And these investment funds have in turn provided investment support to agri startups to the extent of 1,500 crores. So we wanted a 2x investment into these tech startups, but we almost got a 3x investment, which is quite good. So after doing this for about 10 years, we thought it's time for us to set up our own venture fund, which can directly invest in agri startups. So in the year 2018, we set up what is called the NAB Ventures. NAB Ventures is a 100% owned subsidiary of NABARD, and NAB Ventures has set up a fund called NAB Ventures 1 with about 500 crores corpus and with a green shoe option of 200 crores. We have almost raised the fund to its full extent, and the fund has already started investing in about 6 to 8 startups. So, and another way which NABARD also tries to support the startup ecosystem is by supporting incubators. Incubators have a very useful role in the whole startup supply chain or the value chain. We have supported about 7 incubators in agriculture universities. For example, I think the Hisar Agriculture University in Haryana, we have supported ABIC, which has supported multiple startups in the agri space, and 7 or 8 of them are exhibiting their products here. They get help from the domain expertise to testing of the products, to getting space. Someone was talking of getting space, for the startups who start up initially. So giving them space, providing them, the linkage to the market, linkage to the funding agencies, linkage to other domain experts, linkage to other startups. This is what all these incubators do. And I think the incubation center in Haryana and in Madurai, we also have one in Madurai, which is in the Tamil Nadu Agriculture University, which they are doing extremely well, and we are very happy that close to 100 startups in this space have come, and incidentally 7 of them are unicorns. Yeah. So, so with this, I think I would stop, because all of you may be feeling hungry, and I would encourage you to see out the exhibition of the startups which are here. And you can get in touch with us at NABARD, either in Delhi, or we have an office in every state government, in every state capital. So you can get in touch with NABARD for any support that you may want to have regarding startups. We may not directly help you, but then we will connect you and network you to the right people in the business. So thank you very much.
I guess we have a question. Can they have a copy of this
You can. I have shared it with them, they can share it with you.
All right.
Pardon? My email ID is delhi@nabard.org.
I hope we don't have any further questions. Thank you so much, sir, for such a great presentation. I would request Ms. Manisha Sharma, Head Placement Counseling Skill Up, to kindly join us up on stage and present Mr. Ramakrishna with the small token of honor and love. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us here today and enlightening us with your vision. Thank you so much, Ms. Manisha. Thank you so much, sir. Now, I guess most of you have already left the ballroom, and the people who are present over here, I'm sure you must have built a very healthy appetite by now. So I would request you to kindly proceed towards the Allure ballroom. You have to take a left from here, and then go straight, you will find Allure. And the lunch is being served there. We will resume back, I guess, around 3:45, yes, if that's the time. Please be here by 3:45. Thank you so much. Arman. May I request the hotel staff to kindly open the doors? Yes. We'll be resuming our event in another 10 minutes. I request all the delegates standing outside in the lobby to kindly join us back here. We'll resume in another 10 minutes.
हेलो हेलो हेलो।
मंत्री साहब आए थे, आपने ली थी?
हाँ जी।
नंबर दे दो, हमें थोड़ी क्लिपिंग चाहिए।
नहीं, क्लिपिंग मैं नहीं दे पाऊँगा।
आप इंफॉर्मेशन डिपार्टमेंट से
मैं इनकी तरफ से इवेंट वालों की तरफ से अब ये कार्ड कॉपी हो जाएगा सारा और फॉर्मेट मांगते थे वो। हाँ। नहीं वो सच्ची में सर, मैं मजाक क्यों करूँगा जी। थैंक यू। हेलो, आप जिसका बोलेंगे, मैं अपनी मर्जी थोड़ा ना बोलूँगा। आओ सर, वेलकम, टुडे यू आर माय होस्ट। मैं नहीं बोल सकता, आप बताओगे, है ना। हेलो हेलो, एंकर को बुलवा दो एक बारी, वो बात कर ले। एंकर कौन है? हाँ, ऑडियो वॉडियो चेक कर लें। हेलो सर।
मिस कॉल क्यों खेल रहे हैं?
भारत सर, ये अपना भाई है, ठीक है। आप
एक बार चेक कर लें कितना दूर रखना है। टेस्टिंग, माइक चेक, 1 2। बैठ के श्योर। अब बस वो टेस्ट कर लो ना साउंड। या माइक चेक, 1 2 1 2। इतना ठीक है? ठीक है। एलिवेटेड एंगल में अच्छा नहीं आया। श्योर, आप कर दीजिए। रात चल रहा है।
ऑडियो ठीक है ना? ठीक है। जितना वो होगा, फ्लो होगा, उतनी ही ऑडियो जाएगी, वो मेरे को पता है। नहीं, आप अपना लगाओ ना, आप अपना करो।
भरत भाई वो चल रहा है लाइव।
धन्यवाद।
इसको फॉर्मेट करना है, कर लो पहले से ही। पता नहीं है हमें ना, मुझे तो।
हेलो 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 हेलो। हेलो 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 हेलो।
I've requested your team to arrange the meeting as we have a debate at evening.
I would request Ms. Alka to kindly join us over here. For the same panel discussion, our moderator is going to be Ms. Manisha Sharma, Head Placements and Counseling, Skill Up Online. Let's welcome her with a huge round of applause. I would request Ms. Alka, Secretary, ICRA, to kindly present her with the tree plantation certificate. Ma'am, we have planted a tree in your name, so here's an acknowledgement certificate for the same. That's for you. Thank you so much, ma'am. Our first panelist of the day is going to be Shri Navneet Kaushik ji, Scientist F, Technology Development Board, DST, Government of India. Let's welcome him with a huge round of applause, everybody. I would once again request Ms. Alka, Secretary ICRA, to kindly present him with a tree plantation certificate. So we have planted a tree in your name, so here is the acknowledgement certificate for the same. Thank you so much for joining us here today, sir. Please have your seat. Our next panelist is going to be Dr. Charu Malhotra, Coordinator, Center of E-Governance, Indian Institute of Public Administration. Let's welcome her with a huge round of applause, everyone. Once again, I would request Ms. Alka to kindly present her with tree plantation certificate. Thank you so much, ma'am, for joining us here today. Our next panelist is going to be Ms. Shipra Mishra, CEO, CKIC, DR, IIV, Science and Technology Cluster. Let's welcome her with a huge round of applause, everyone. I would once again request Ms. Alka to kindly present her with a tree plantation certificate. Ma'am, we have planted a tree in your name, so here is the acknowledgement certificate for the same. Thank you so much for joining us here today. We are looking forward to a great session. Over to the moderator now.
Okay, welcome once again, all of you. Such a fantastic day when we are seeing all these startups coming up in India. And we've got such an August gathering here. We've got a fantastic August panel here too. All of them are top experts across various departments in the government. It will be great to hear them first on what they are doing in their organizations or departments in fueling SMEs and startups in India.
So, am I audible? Yeah.
So I'm Commander Navneet Kaushik and I represent my organization called Technology Development Board. So I really don't know how many of, I would have loved the gathering to be a bit more because the startups who are there, probably they are the ones who need to hear us more. But notwithstanding, so I really don't know how many, how many of you have heard of Technology Development Board? Few, right? So now let me give you a brief background. So when you talk about, what is the common thing between the first vaccine which was manufactured in India, the first electric car which was manufactured in India, the first indigenous car, that is Tata Indica, manufactured in India, the first liver transplant hospital which was made in India, the first RT-PCR kit developed in India, and of course, the first drone show which was done on 29th of Jan, what's common between them? All of them have been funded by us, the organization Technology Development Board. And when I say the first vaccine, I'm talking about Santa Biotech and the next one called Bharat Biotech. And not today when they are known for the COVID vaccine. 20 years back when nobody knew who Bharat Biotech was. So we are an organization which has created value. So if Bharat Biotech, this is the all due credit to the team Bharat Biotech. But if Bharat Biotech has been able to make the vaccine today, the journey started 20 years back, not today. And that is a time when we supported all these companies in their journeys. And let me be honest, all efforts are theirs. We have just been there. And what we do, we are into commercialization of indigenized technologies. So what we do is, we evaluate the technologies which come to us, and then we finance it. And when we have a discussion, I'll probably cover it more. And I'll leave it with one last one line that out of 7 COVID vaccine manufacturers in India today, 6 have been funded by us at certain point of time when they were youngers. And the 7th one, Serum Institute of India, the founder, Sri Cyrus Poonawalla, was on our board. Thank you.
Thank you. After this relevant introduction, Navneet ji, I think I pale in comparison because I am a professor in academics. And I also come from government, like my moderator said, thanks for that. I come from an academic institute, which is the thought incubation ground for not students, but for all the government officers of the country. So all the IAS, IPS, and custom officers, including all the 3 defense officers, tri-services. So we have the opportunity of training and helping them to shed their baggage of past thoughts. So we do upskilling, we do reskilling, and we teach them how to unlearn. I have personally led a group of almost 4,000 Faujis and IAS and IPS officers in the last 3 decades of my existence with my organization. I can already see a lit up face in the entire audience, and he's probably guessed my institute's name. I represent Indian Institute of Public Administration, IIPA. Vice President of the country is president of my organization. And
Good afternoon, sir. Just one. Excuse me.
okay, yeah. This is live. Take it.
All right, then hi everyone. So we have Mr. All right, hi everyone. So we have Mr. Ivy Rao here, ex-director of Maruti Udyog, and please welcome.
Nice to be here.
So how do you feel about this ICRA, the all ambience?
It's very nice. It's very encouraging to see so many startups participating in the exhibition and so many people showing interest in promoting startups.
Absolutely. Like I've noticed, like you have been helping lots of startups there. So have you noticed, few of the startups there to help them?
Yes, one of the startup, Autonex is here. They are they have a stall here, so they have asked me to come here for seeing their stall and see other startups who have displayed their products here.
So what are your next plans to make maybe a global company to support startups there?
No, I have no commercial interest. I am doing this out of my hobby. I mean, I have retired from Maruti and I am working part-time with Terry in the Center for Sustainable Mobility. So I am mentoring startups, a lot of them, even with STPI in Pune, which is a Department of Electronics sponsored incubation center. There are about 20 startups there whom I am mentoring. So it's my personal interest.
Absolutely. And how did you end up being, in the category of helping others?
I mean, after retirement, I thought I will not take up any job for, any financial return. So I am comfortable financially. So I thought I should use my whatever experience I have to help others, and especially youngsters who are coming up with some innovative ideas to start some new products. I mean, it's very encouraging to see students coming out of colleges not going for a typical job like what we used to do and going in for starting something of their own. It's a very good development, and I think we all should encourage them to be successful.
Absolutely. I mean, you're absolutely right. When you get a taste of, helping others, there's no going back then. And what would you want to say about, ICRA and this event here?
It's very good that they are organizing these awards for, innovative ideas in automation and robotics. So I'm sure this is going to encourage a lot of people to get into these activities.
Absolutely, absolutely. So we had, Mr. Ivy Rao here, and thank you so much for joining us here. Thank you. Who's next?
We also want to get covered. I'm from ES Water.
There are around 40 members within the cluster, comprising of academic institutions, government R&D labs, corporates, MSMEs, startups, and of course, government organizations, state governments, public bodies, municipal corporations, etc., who are the end users of some of these technologies. IIT Delhi is the nodal institute where this cluster, the office of this cluster is based, and other institutes such as TERI, IRI, IIITD, and then some private players like Ashoka University, they are the members of this cluster. Now, we operate across 6 thematic interest, focusing on issues around pollution, part of drive technology you see in the exhibition. Then we have AI, ML in healthcare, and then effective education. We'll discuss education, in a bit in the panel. So these are the key thematic areas where we are focused on. The office of the PSA have seeded the cluster with a lot of money, and then we are actively trying to seek out corporate involvement, both from R&D perspective in terms of commercializing the core R&D technologies, as well as attracting CSR money into the space.
Thank you so much to our esteemed guests today for enlightening us on what they are doing in the space of promoting SMEs and the startup culture in India. With that, my first question, the series of queries to Charu ma'am. Ma'am, you are from the different side. You train the decision makers. How are you furthering this agenda to promote SME and entrepreneurial mindset in the country by training the senior government officials?
Let me start. Of but just yeah. So my contribution is changing the roadblocks and the mindset of officers, unlike Navneet and his department, who think that the only agenda startups and SMEs, for that matter, have is profit making, and they could be like just fly over the night kind of people. Second is the second challenge which I've constantly encountered. As I keep saying, I've started from DOS days when we used to say, teach them copy A: to B: to now when we talked about cloud computing and AI and ML. So they've been always reserved because all government officers, including the ones who are probably sitting here, come from a very comfort zone, from a sense of complacence of where we belong to, or where we would keep belonging till we are not thrown out during our retirement age. So risk-taking ability by spirit, people presume, is missing in us. So how do you ensure that this is shed off in a 5-day training program or a 5-month training program? Very simple. A lady would be rolling agarbattis and selling it off at a profit margin of 5 rupees by walking almost 16 kilometers barefoot from Tikamgarh district to Jhansi, and then telling them where the shoe pinches. And then take them to a setup which has been able to understand their needs and aspirations and address those solutions through technology as probably just a tool. So what I would just convey here is, it is not technology-centric approach that works, it is citizen-centric approach that works. And all of us share a very strong core. In fact, in the morning itself, I was training some scientists from Department of Science and Technology program, scientists E and F, and we were talking about our basic understanding of lab to market, as you said. So they said, ma'am, they come up with fancy ideas and we don't know which one to take and which one to reject. I said, you don't have to do that. Any technology which is not addressing those basic needs will die a natural death. Okay, and how do you ensure that you fund rightly? Is ensure that there are constant, number one, midterm reviews of the process, which is very, very important. It is not a customary signing of document that we have reviewed and it's working, or signing off or giving of UCs that this much of money has been consumed. It is all about deliverables and outcomes and not output. Second is, make people partner in the process. So whenever we set up such committees, I ensure I give them the idea of people-public-private partnership. It's one of my favorite models, and I'm very humble to share with you that it has already been accepted by PMO office as the main point. No, it's okay, please. That's what academia is supposed to do. I always said public-private partnership will never work till you don't take stakeholders on board. So it should be people, panchayat, public-private partnership.
Panchayat as a community representation. Panchayat as an amalgamation of all flavors which are there in that area. So make such a body as a constant monitoring evaluation body. They will automatically ensure that the startup which has claimed so much funding from these gurus is able to deliver on the ground. That's all what I do. Thank you.
Fantastic, ma'am, fantastic. Please don't keep the mic. I have another set of questions for you, please.
Don't do that.
Respecting your time too. Please tell us more about the research cell within IIPA and how is it going to impact enabling youth towards becoming the next business leaders for the country.
Governance. Rather than other way around, that's at least the field we represent. And those interns, I ensure, are given some kind of space, not in terms of just physical space, but creative liberties to come up out of those thinking and say something without mincing their words to the top guys. So what I usually do is I conduct through this center a lot of panel debates where there are, two sides which are being represented about an issue. I always go citizen-centric. So I pick up an issue first and then decide which technology will work to the advantage. And this center conducts a lot of parliamentary kind of mode of debates between the young, more entrepreneur mind and the staid, laid-back mind. Okay, and then we come up with solutions which are acceptable to both the units. At times, we do the other thing which is called young leader setup of our office, where these young leaders sit and get trained along with senior people, and we deliberately group them in a manner that all group assignments are done by a heterogeneous bunch and not seniority-wise or vertical bunch. So the kind of creative liberties that come out are unique. There was one initiative I took long ago, 2009, through this center, which was called as Citizen Consultation Round, CCR. It was called as Nagrik Paramarsh Daur, where villagers, all the Hindi-speaking villagers of the country were asked to come, and they were surprised and we were surprised. They stayed with us for 3 days, and we made panels from IITs and IIMs. We got all the industry experts. In those days, industry was never a startup industry. Industry was all Oracle and IBMs. And we also got, some kind of NGOs. Osama Manzar was there, and so many other popular names some of you would know. And we bunched them together in Kisan, Karigar, Nari, Yuva, and Adivasi groups. They sat in different rooms, they understood the issues, they came up, they saw documentaries of how those issues were resolved elsewhere, and then for their own area, they came up with solutions where e-governance was the last word they talked or understood. They just knew technology can do this. They came up with the design of Rural Heart. They came up with so many other solutions which I can share with you later. Again, a delight to share with you. This got the Best Model Award from Deakin University, Australia. It was called as G2C2G model, and Citizen Consultation Round was the only way to ensure that. And so many other initiatives. What I'm trying to say is, you can't sit in these rooms and think you know our country. That's my only message to everybody here. This is not even a microcosm of what India is. This is an elite world. We have to just shed our old skin and go out, and then see what is required. So I'm trying to do that in my way. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Humbled and grateful hearing your thoughts and views. I believe completely and firmly that the youngsters sitting here pursuing the startups for India will be following that strategy, going out to the rural areas and checking their pulse and enabling them for what India actually wants and not what we decide we have to give them back, right? With that note, so my question to you, please. I am an academician and I've been in skilling for almost 20 years now. And so ma'am has also been on the academic side. I think you are the only one who is sitting amongst the women power here, representing the other side. So there's one query which always comes up from the youth, and I've been in touch with a lot of youngsters because I'm a life coach, and that is that most of us, and they would say, and they address me as Ma. So they'll say, Ma, we don't know how to start a startup. We don't know what government policies are. Do you know where can I procure a loan? How to go about it? Who will hold my hand? Now, this is question number one, sir. And question number two is, I see, and especially with this Shark Tank also coming, I see a lot of youngsters now seeing only that picture or that elite world as a startup world. They do not want to pursue their family businesses, even if it's a business of a Jain Chawalwala in CP. I have a friend, and without naming him, but he was a HR with Titan, and he wanted to pursue HR with Titan and getting that salary and not pursue his family business. So there's a great divide in that mentality also. So please tell us what we are doing at your side to bridge that.
I'll answer the second question first. So when he decides to be an entrepreneur, he's taken away the safety net which has been given to him. It's not easy being an entrepreneur, because what you're doing is you're getting into a unknown. Like when you said, Kate, it's not the world which you see on a Shark Tank. Actually, it's not. It's much more difficult, and it requires a skill set which I don't think any university can teach you other than University of Life. You have to know people. You need a skill set which does not exist. And I'm telling you because, see, I came from a background. I was in the Navy, I handled people, and then I landed up in a place called Technology Development Board. So you come to a place where, the bankers who are there, the first time I hear is pari passu. I said, what does it mean? Now for an entrepreneur who's there, he has to know his technology, that's a given. But what he also has to know is finance. How does he manage it? Then he also has to know the skill set, what people have. How does he talk to his customer? And he has to manage the kind of uncertainty, like COVID came, everything was going perfect. Now suddenly you have nothing, you don't have a job, your company has gone down, you have a debt rising. So it's not the glamorous world which is there. So yes, if he's taken a leap of faith, I would definitely support him with whatever I can. Now coming back to the first question, that what are the government schemes which are there? Actually today, you are in the right, right space of time. A lot of things are happening in the government. Like PS's office is actually, repository. You have a problem, you write to them, they will come back to you. Other than that, when you need a seed support, like academia, like you said, academia is the start point. Every technology comes from academia. The only thing what happens is, it's with everyone. When we focus on a certain area, we get so focused that we forget that the world around us also exists. And for an actual successful product or a startup, you have to weave every problem together and come up with a solution. So academia has come up with a technology which has to come up. Now the rest of the part has to come from the entrepreneur. In his journey, you have initial rounds, what you have heard, Shark Tank, seed support and all that. There is National Entrepreneurship Board of DST, which provides seed support, which has various schemes which come up. They provide you grants. Then you have MIT, which has their own different schemes. Then you have BIRAC, which all of you would have heard about, biotechnology, this thing. So nearly every government science and technology department has, and I have not even mentioned Startup India, I'm sorry. So there's so many things which are coming from this, the government side. Now coming back to my organization, Technology Development Board, we are also there, but we are there on the next, we are the natural culmination of these schemes. So we are into now, once you have done the prototype, like when I say seed support, that means you're going from an idea which is in your mind to come up to a prototype, right? That's a journey. But the next journey starts is once you have a prototype, how do you take it to the market? Because moving from lab scale to something which has to go to the market, it's a total different ballgame. Again, it's the entrepreneur who does it. So it is the man behind the company, not only the idea. Idea can be exceptional, but if the team does not exist, it doesn't work. Individually, you may be brilliant, but you've got to have your team together. So that is when we come into play. So as the government side, we take the risk, we understand the technology, and like ma'am was saying, the first thing which you have to have is faith. We trust the industry. We are pro-industry. We help the companies. Like my secretary sir said in the morning, that we evaluate your technology. So it is like, what happens is when you submit a proposal to us, we have domain experts. Like, because we come from the government, we have the access to, professors from IIT, IISCs. They come and help us out. So once we do the evaluation, it's a question answer. I'm asking everything about your technology. So in that, there's a learning. For a startup, for a company, there's a learning that, what is that question which I missed out? Have I addressed it? And with those questions, your chances of going out in the market and being successful are much higher. And then once we evaluate and we do that, we provide financial support. So we provide, as of now, financial support in terms of loans. And actually, we provided a 5% simple interest. So 5% simple interest, if you really ask me, it's actually lower than inflation. And it's just not this. If I say, let's say your project has to go for 2 years. So 2 years, we do not charge anything. 1 year is a moratorium period. After that, 3 years, for next 4.5 years, you have to return the money in 9 6-monthly installments. So basically, you have the loan for at least 6 to 7 years at 5% simple interest. So that's what we do.
Thank you so much, sir. Fantastic initiatives. My question to Shipra ma'am, you now. You come from the elite of the elite academicians. If you can give us more insights into the initiatives that your organization is taking. That's one. Two is, how do we ensure that we see even the students from the rural India or from maybe not so economically well-off backgrounds taking benefits of such initiatives? Because as ma'am was very rightly saying, India is not this. Yeah.
Absolutely. So to begin with, first part of your question, what we are doing. So when these, science and technology clusters were set up, starting last year, the objectives are, threefold. First, so at regional level, we have to create a shared ecosystem. So as you rightly mentioned, so within the cluster, you have all these premier institutes, right? So we have AIMS, we have IIT, coming together. But then, there's a huge divide in the next level, right? So the very first objective of these clusters is to, share the expertise as well as the facilities that are available with these premier institutes and make them accessible to every colleges and schools across the region, right? That is number one. Number two, so we have to be a regional solution provider to the governments and corporates, or any other kind of industry. So, for example, if you look at, I mentioned the example of solid waste management within our thematic areas. So if you look in and around Delhi, you have several landfills, piling up to heights of Qutub Minar, I would say. And they have, long gone their sell-by dates, right? So what are we doing about these landfills, right? Do we have existing technologies in place that can get rid of those mountains? And I don't need to start counting on the problems because of those landfills, right? Do we have the right technology? If not, can we create those technologies either indigenously, I mean, that is the main point in Journey Towards Atmanirbhar Bharat, or can we create international bridges so that we don't have to start from scratch and take the knowledge and help of people who can, right? So that is number two. Number three is finally becoming globally competitive, so having crossed those hurdles. So to make India, maybe in 5 years' time from now, to make India globally competitive, so in all these, objectives of, national missions laid out, and, SDGs, UN SDGs. India can produce technology that can help the world, rather than, looking to the West. So these are the objectives we are starting out. Now, in terms of, how we work in practice in implementing these things. So for every thematic area, I mentioned 6 of them, there are around 7 to 8 institutes that come together, research institutes, across disciplines. Multidisciplinary approach is very important in this. And try to develop technologies to solve it, right? Once they're developed in the lab, right, and once the prototype is ready and the government has seed funded that research and prototyping, we get industry engagement from that, right? So we have large PSUs within the and given the whole government machinery is behind that, again, access is not a problem, right? So we have large PSUs, working with us. We have, larger global corporates working with us. We have access to international bridges and international funds that can, stand behind those technologies and scale them up, right? So this is the main purpose of these clusters. Now, coming to your second question, which is, how do we involve school and college level people, one, and then second, go to more rural demographics, right, and help that. So again, effective education, as I mentioned, is again a very core part of our team. And that is being led by Professor Shashidhara from Ashoka University. And the TU is also quite heavily involved in that sector. So the objective is to, build a train-the-trainer model and dovetail with all the other thematic areas that are happening within DRIVE, the solid waste management, water security, air pollution, right? So all the AI, ML in healthcare, e-mobility, so all the technological innovation that is happening. So bring that into classrooms and develop, curriculums and pedagogical approaches with real life examples, right? And use them as a training ground for imparting technological education, like, analytics, again, training in deep technologies, AI, ML, etc. And also giving them field exposure. As ma'am rightly said, field exposure is extremely important. So these kind of developments are happening. Now, in terms of reaching the rural population, so we are talking to a lot of industry collaborators to work with us. So we have CSR arms of large corporates working with us in developing hub and spoke model programs, right? So where, so these, you would have, heard about the adult tinkering labs, right? So something, and we are also working with adult tinkering labs to develop modules, but also for reaching the the more rural and more remote population, we are developing those hub and spoke models where, the vans can go or teachers can, go and reach out to these students and impart both digital as well as experiential learning tools, because we have seen a lot of digital intervention during the times of COVID. But that is not all that is needed, right? So we actually need experiential learning, where, children can tinker about to, get more interest in science and technology and, reach out to the rural population and, again, train the trainer model, train the local experts, local teachers there so that the scalability can be reached. Right. So these are the type of models that we're working on. I'll give you, one example, of a toolkit like that. So I don't know if how many of you have heard of Foldscope. So Foldscope is basically a kind of an origami type of microscope, right? Which, one of the professors at Stanford University have developed. So he was an IIT Kanpur alumni, my batchmate actually from IIT Kanpur. And this Foldscope costs under 50 cents to manufacture, right? What that means, with such a low cost of manufacturing, and it's just like a piece of paper and highly durable, you can reach out to anybody and, all the children in the world, right? And you give them a microscope, and what do children do? They start, looking at things with a lens, right? And once they start doing that, that curiosity builds up. Curiosity grows, right? So, such workshops have been running, for a number of years, and you see the tremendous amount of enthusiasm towards science in an unstructured manner. So, that is the level of reach that we are trying to create through Drive.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Any questions from the audience till now for our esteemed speakers? No questions, I think.
I guess we have one question there, ma'am.
Okay.
How many students or entrepreneurs have benefited from this Atal Tinkering Lab till date, and when it was started?
So that's a question for my Niti Aayog colleagues, I'm sorry. We are working with them, we are partnering with them. I don't have the data, but if you want, we can get back to them.
Is there any model or is there any study in which you have identified that so much of people will be benefiting from Atal Tinkering Labs?
Again, as I said, so this is a question for people from Niti Aayog. But as I see in practice, these labs being run and these programs are designed, right? So the idea is to basically take it to a very, very grassroots level, right? And the first stage of labs, okay, so when the labs were designed, it was around 10 years ago, right? Now anything becomes outdated in that length of time, right? So now what we are doing is working with the team to redevelop those modules and make them more experiential and more relevant, and build in more deep tech tools within that, so that it stays relevant at least for the next 10 years.
Any other question? Okay.
Hello everyone. My name is Sivans Divedi. I am a founder and CEO of Pradley Veritech Foundation. My question with Charu ma'am. Actually ma'am, I was working in villages last COVID time. So what I found, they are very active, they are very interested to learn and do something. But there is no infrastructure support. I am from Uttar Pradesh, and because I spent most of the time in IIT Kanpur itself. So what I found, we build a system, we build infrastructure in villages. But the people don't believe in our work. Why? Because there are a lot of government initiative came, they are promising lot of things, but after the promising thing, they don't go again in that village. So how will we, हम उनका ट्रस्ट कैसे जी सकते हैं?
बहुत ही बढ़िया, बहुत ही उम्दा सवाल है आपका। अंग्रेजी में एक कहावत है, डू इन रोम एज रोमन्स डू, ठीक है? जब मैं पीएचडी करने इन गांव में गई और इसी लिबास में गई, आई होप आई एम कंफर्टेबल इन हिंदी, आई मीन इट्स कंफर्टेबल फॉर माय ऑडियंस, या ऑल मीन्स थैंक यू। सो इसी लिबास में गई तो मुझे वापस आना पड़ा, क्योंकि आई वाज स्टिल एन आउटसाइडर। फिर मैंने एथनोग्राफिक स्टडी के बारे में स्टडी किया, ठीक है, और मैंने अपने गाइड को आके बताया, मुझसे कोई बात नहीं करता। मेरे कमरे में आके लोग कोई ऑडोमस रख के जा रहा है, कोई डिस्प्रिन रख के जा रहा है, पानी का गिलास रख के जा रहा है, पर जो मैं मांगती हूँ मुझे वो नहीं मिलता। मुझे इन्फॉर्मेशन चाहिए थी, मैंने बात करनी थी। तो उन्होंने कहा अपने रास्ता खुद ढूंढो। जब मैंने अगली बार गई, और मैं आपको एग्जांपल दे रही हूँ, मैं गई थी, मैं कुछ फोटोग्राफ्स लाई थी, वो प्रेजेंटेशन लोड कराई थी, बट आई एनीवे यू विल फाइंड इट ऑन पब्लिक डोमेन ऑल्सो। अगली बार गई तो मैंने वहाँ का लिबास पहना, मेरी जो यहाँ पे बोझा था सीनियर होने का, उसको घर रख के गई मैं, ठीक है, और मैं सीखने की नीयत से गई। और आप मानेंगे, रायचूर डिस्ट्रिक्ट में कहीं पे मैं एक ऐसी मुस्लिम फैमिली के साथ रही थी जिनके पास ओढ़ने खाने के लिए कुछ नहीं था, और वो घास उबाल के खाते थे। मैं उनके साथ 15 दिन रही, उनके बच्चों को पढ़ाया, खिलाया, उनकी वाइफ से उनकी प्रॉब्लम्स, और ये सब इतना आसान नहीं था। मुझे मच्छर भी काटते थे, मैं बीमार भी होती थी, घर के सिग्नल्स नहीं मिलते थे, फ़ोन नहीं कर पाती थी, और कुछ ओढ़ने पहनने खाने के तरीके हम लोगों के अपने अलग हैं। बट ट्रस्ट मी, उसके बाद जो मुझे सच पता चला उस परिवार में रह के, वो सच मेरे रिसर्च का बहुत बड़ा हिस्सा बना। मेरे को समझ में नहीं आ रहा था उस गांव में, अगर आप लोग कर्नाटका रायचूर की तरफ कुछ गए हैं तो वहाँ पे एक इनिशिएटिव है भूमि करके, राजीव चावला जी ने वो लैंड रिकॉर्ड का इनिशिएटिव बनाया था और वो भूमि को स्टॉकहोम अवार्ड मिला हुआ था। लेकिन जब मैं वहाँ उस गांव में भूमि को स्टडी कर रही थी तो वहाँ का जो लॉग बुक थी उसमें कोई यूज़र आके भूमि यूज़ नहीं कर रहा था और मुझे कोई बता नहीं रहा था कि भूमि क्यों नहीं यूज़ करते। जब मैंने उस परिवार में रहना शुरू किया और मैंने उनको कहा भूमि पे क्यों नहीं जाते, तो उन्होंने मुझे कहा मैम भूमि किसके लिए है? मैंने कहा भूमि लैंड रिकॉर्ड्स के लिए है, आपका लैंड टाइटल आपका है, लड़ाई होती है तो जर जोरू ज़मीन कहते हैं ना, तो आपकी लड़ाई नहीं होगी। तो वो इतनी ज़ोर से हंसे, उन्होंने कहा मैम इस घर को देखिए, आपको लगता है हम में से कोई लैंड ओनर होगा? और तब मुझे पहली बार ज़िंदगी में समझ में आया कि हमारे देश में फार्मर्स नहीं हैं, हमारे देश में फार्म लेबर्स है, ठीक है। और भी कई ऐसे छोटे छोटे इंस्टांस थे। तो आपकी बात के लिए मैं यही कहूँगी कि ट्रस्ट जीतने के लिए पहले वो बनना पड़ता है जो वो हैं। आप अगर अपने तरफ से कुछ देने जा रहे हैं तो आपको कुछ नहीं मिलेगा, आप लेने जाएंगे उनकी सभ्यता सीखने, उनका परिवार देखने, उनकी समस्याएं समझने, तो वो अपने आप सॉल्यूशंस निकलेंगे एंड देन यू विल बिकम देम।
Yes, ma'am. Actually, I got a lot of feedback, and the boy who is in class 10th, he wanted to learn robotics by me. So I am very passionate to work there, build that infrastructure. But as a young startup, we don't have enough support as well as fund itself. I had also talked with a various government organization, Dr. Hiralal, who is MD like NHM. So there's a concept named Model Gaon. So I am working with him कि I can create some impact. That's why I registered first company in non-profit, because I really wanted to do. But as per government, after 3 years you will get some CSR and NGO part. So as a young startup, how can we create value if we don't have our sustainable method? So
yes, I agree with you. Lack of information is the main reason our startups are collapsing. I don't know how many of you know startuphub.com is there, which is constantly announcing challenges, giving money. There is a gap between what I would say the person with deep pockets and people who need it. और वो gap हमें build करना था जो हम नहीं कर पा रहे। ठीक है, आपको प्लीज समझना है अंग्रेजी एक ऐसी भाषा है जिसने नुकसान किया। जब तक हमारे वेबसाइट्स, हमारे पोर्टल्स, हमारी इंफॉर्मेशन डिसेमिनेशन मैकेनिज्म्स लोकल डायलेक्ट में नहीं होंगे और उसमें AI ML बहुत काम कर सकती है थ्रू NLP, तब तक आपको पता ही नहीं चलेगा कि लोग क्या देना चाह रहे हैं। ठीक है, तो प्लीज आई थिंक यू ओ इट टू योरसेल्फ, इफ यू आर डूइंग इट यू शुड डू ऑल स्कैन, गो ऑल आउट एंड ट्रस्ट मी पीपल डू पार्टनर। एक चीज मैं लास्ट में कहना चाहूँगी, लास्ट कह रही हूँ विद परमिशन ऑफ द ऑर्गेनाइजर्स एंड द चेयर एंड मॉडरेटर बिकॉज आई हैव टू रश। लास्ट चीज मैं कहना चाहूँगी, मैम we should become global level people, you know, our qualities should be global. We often say that go local and become global. Okay, I still differ. देखिए local कभी global नहीं बनेगा, कभी भी नहीं बनेगा, theory में बन जाएगा। So there's nothing called as Western technologies and indigenous technologies. There is something called as appropriate technologies. Please, all the startups, I request you to understand appropriate technology. I can't go on and on that. You will realize there are certain things which can be tailor-made from global experiences to local reality, and there are certain local strengths which even global doesn't have. That's all I have to say. There's a question, please.
Ma'am, is there any way to get your guidance by you for?
Sir, Sharma ji se acha koi nahi hai. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
First of all, I would like to thank the people कि हमें मौका मिला बात करने का। हम जम्मू एंड कश्मीर से हैं मैम, और पिछले 27 ईयर से एजुकेशन सेक्टर में काम कर रहे हैं और बड़े टफ टाइम में काम कर रहे हैं। आप समझते हैं, सबको पता ही है कश्मीर के, जम्मू के हालात कैसे हैं। हमें ड्रॉप आउट्स की बड़ी प्रॉब्लम फेस होती थी, ड्रॉप आउट्स ड्यू टू प्लानिंग एंड प्रोग्राम्स एंड ड्रॉप आउट ड्यू टू वेरियस रीजंस। तो हमारे सेक्टर ने, जो हम जिसको मैं रिप्रेजेंट करता हूँ, हमारा एक सेटअप है एजुकेशन देने का, जिसको मेरे फादर ने लॉन्च किया था वहाँ पे 64 में, फ्रॉम अ वेरी रिमोट विलेज ऑफ सांबा, एंड देन वी रीच आउट टू दिस प्लेस। राइट नाउ आई एम स्टैंडिंग हियर। My communication is, first of all, I would like to thank everybody. We have been supported always by the government agencies in J&K, now here in Jammu. Dropout को solve करने का तरीका था encouragement. उसको करने के लिए बहुत पेन होती थी सर, when we used to keep a person who is supposed to be fail in the class, एक बहुत पेन होती थी कि उसको जब पढ़ाया जाता था नेक्स्ट क्लास में या रीज़न ढूंढा जाता था कैसे इसको साथ लेके चलना है, तो सोसाइटी का जो वो एक परसेप्शन था ड्रॉप आउट के लिए वो बड़ी प्रॉब्लम देता था. आई एम टॉकिंग ऑफ 60s 70s. तो एक टैगिंग शुरू हो जाती थी कि भाई दिस इंस्टीट्यूशन इज हैविंग दिस प्रॉब्लम, ही मे बी अ वीक इंस्टीट्यूशन. नाउ सर माई बेसिक थिंग इज कि लाइक यू आर सेइंग कि you are encouraging everybody and there this is visibility there, this big show is over there. Can we have your patronage in promoting these type of practices across with the governments कि हम उस ड्रॉप आउट को इम्प्रूव करने में, क्योंकि अब हमारा ड्रॉप आउट खत्म हो चुका है, हमारी मेरिट्स आ रहे हैं, हम टेक्नोलॉजी का इस्तेमाल कर रहे हैं, बढ़िया तरीके से काम कर रहे हैं और हमारा टेक स्टार्टअप जो है J&K से अब वो हम कोशिश कर रहे हैं कि मैक्सिमम स्कूल्स तक पहुँचे. क्या गवर्नमेंट हमारे को इसमें पैटर्नेज देगी कि हम जो ड्रॉप आउट को सेव कर रहे थे अपने स्मॉल इंटरप्राइज में, हम वो गवर्नमेंट के साथ काम करके उसको सेव करें और जो टेक्नोलॉजी का इंटरफेस होना है. मैंने छोटा सा पॉइंट, मैं लेट आया था, इस बाद में मैम की बात चल रही थी. माई स्पेसिफिक थिंग इज सेक्टर अडॉप्शन ऑटोमेशन ऑफ बेस्ट प्रैक्टिसेस बाय एडवांस नेचर टेक्नोलॉजी, कि जो एडवांस टेक्नोलॉजीज हैं वो हम ग्रास रूट इंस्टीट्यूट में लेके जाने के लिए जो ब्रिज है ना, वी कैन work with the government and we are proposing ourselves for that. Thank you very much.
See, I'll just say one thing on this, that government can make policies, right? But the execution has to come from the ground. Like from my side, from my organization, the funding is available, but I can't execute it. It is all about people who are there.
मैं माफ़ी मांग के जाना चाहूँगी. इतने बड़े बड़े लोग बात कर रहे हैं, आप भी बैठे हैं, पर मुझे इजाज़त दे दीजिए. मैं एक माँ भी हूँ, मुझे वो दायित्व पूरा करना है.
It's absolutely all right, ma'am. If you could wait for 1 minute, if you could spare like 1 minute here. I guess we're almost done with the session.
Still so much to get. They are all keen, good people. Yeah.
Okay, I would humbly request the President of ICRA, Mr. Rajkumar Sharma, to kindly present ma'am with the memento. Can we have the memento on stage, please? Can we have the memento for Dr. Charu Malhotra, Coordinator, Center of E-Governance, Indian Institute of Public Administration? Yeah. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us here. I would hand it over to the moderator to conclude the session. Thank you so much, ma'am. It was wonderful having you. Thank you so much for sharing your wonderful insights with us. Yeah, please.
I think one last question we can take and then we'll wind up the session. Any other question we have from the audience? Okay.
Hello. Actually, I'm Mukesh Sharma. I'm representing 3SR Consultancy. And what all discussions happening here, basically, हम लोग जो भी बातें यहाँ कर रहे थे, आप जैसे elite people के साथ में, जो आप gap की बात करते हो, हम लोग वो already कर रहे हैं. आप ground level पे जो भी चीज़ देखते हो, जो policies नहीं implement हो पाती हैं, my CEO is there, Mr. Shailesh Kumar Gupta, is already doing it. तो जो आप gap fillers की बात कर रहे हो, वो already हम सबसे डिफ़िकल्ट स्टेट में कर रहे हैं, यूपी में और बुंदेलखंड में कर रहे हैं. वो हम एग्रीकल्चर के वालों के साथ भी कर रहे हैं, टेक्नोलॉजी के साथ भी कर रहे हैं, स्कूल्स के साथ भी कर रहे हैं, और एंटरप्रेन्योर्स के साथ भी कर रहे हैं, यूनिवर्सिटीज़ के साथ भी कर रहे हैं, और प्रोफेशनल्स के साथ भी कर रहे हैं. तो यहाँ जितने भी लोगों को गैप फिलर्स की ज़रूरत थी, दे कैन कनेक्ट अस. वी विल हेल्प देम टू इम्प्लीमेंट ऑल दोज गैप्स फ्रॉम द गवर्नमेंट एज वेल एज अदर प्लेसेस जो लोकल गवर्नमेंट्स के साथ भी होती हैं, स्टेट गवर्नमेंट के साथ भी होती हैं. दे कैन कनेक्ट विद अस. एक्चुअली दिस इज़ व्हाट आई वांट टू से. मतलब जो भी आप लोग गैप एनालिसिस की बात कर रहे थे, ग्राउंड लेवल पर हम ऑलरेडी हैं और एवरीबडी कैन टेक आवर हेल्प एक्चुअली. सो वी आर ग्लोबल, मतलब हम पूरे इंडिया में काम करते हैं, सिर्फ स्टेट वाइज नहीं करते.
That's great. I think all are here to network only and leverage that to building
So
the nation.
you can visit us. It is 3srconsulting.com.
That's great.
So here is Mrs. Shailesh Gupta. He can brief you more about all this.
Fantastic, fantastic. So with this, I am honored and humbled again, moderating the session for the biggest biggies here from the tech industry. I'm not a tech person. I'm a human skill person, and we were having a conversation a while ago that according to World Economic Forum, human skills needs to be kind of plugged in majorly as far as the youth of the country is concerned. With this, thank you so much for listening patiently after lunch and staying awake and asking those questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much for such a great session. It was very insightful, very comprehensive, and wonderfully moderated by the very inspiring and versatile lady over here. Let's give it up for her. I would request all the panelists and the moderator to kindly stay back. I would once again humbly request the President ICRA, Mr. Rajkumar Sharma, to kindly join us up on stage and felicitate our panelists and the moderator, starting with Shri Navneet Kaushik Ji, Scientist F Technology Development Board, DST, Government of India. So here is a small token of honor and love from the side of ICRA. It was an absolute honor having you here with us on board. Thank you so much for joining us here today. Next, we have Ms. Shipra Mishra, CEO, CKIC, DR, IIV, Science and Technology, S&T Cluster. Thank you so much for joining us here today, ma'am. It's a small token of honor and love from ICRA. And the absolute wonderful moderator, Ms. Manisha Sharma, Head Placements and Counseling, Skill Up Online. Thank you so much. It was a wonderful session. Now moving on to the second panel discussion of the day, which we have on funding and investment opportunities. For the same, our moderator would be Mr. Sameet Dahotre, founder and CEO, PSI Venture Capital. I would request once again the President ICRA, Mr. Rajkumar Sharma, to kindly felicitate Mr. Sameet Dahotre and present him with a tree plantation certificate. Sameer Sarkar, tree plantation. Sameer sir, we have planted a tree in your name. So here is the acknowledgement certificate for the same. Sir, I would request you to kindly stay back. Next, we have our panelist, Mr. Sanjeev Bishnoi from Bajaj Capital. I would request him to kindly join us up on the stage. So here is an acknowledgement certificate of the tree we have planted in your name. Next, we have Mr. Vinay Bansal, co-founder, IPV, Inflection Point Ventures. I would request Mr. Vinay to kindly join us up on stage. Is he here, Mr. Vinay? Is Mr. Vinay Bansal here? I guess someone from his team was supposed to join us up on the stage. Yeah. What's your name? I would request Ms. Meenal to kindly join us up on stage on behalf of Mr. Vinay. Next, we have Ms. Alka Goyal, founder and managing partner, Alchemy Growth Capital VC. I would request you to kindly join us up on stage. Ma'am, here's an acknowledgement certificate for the tree we have planted in your name. And our next panelist, Mr. Prashant Narang, founder, Agility Ventures and Fluid Ventures. I would request him to kindly join us up on stage. Thank you so much, Mr. Rajkumar. Savage.
Only one word. This is a very, very important session. पैसा चाहिए हम सबको, कैसे मिलेगा, क्या प्रॉब्लम्स है, ये सारा चीज़ आज यहाँ डिस्कस हो सकता है. अगर आपने बहुत कन्विंस कर लिया तो आपको पैसा भी यहाँ मिल सकता है, right? So you can ask as many questions as it is possible, right? Thank you.
Hello. Hello. Okay, you can hear me. Yeah. Okay. Good evening, everybody. सबको फंडिंग चाहिए और हम इधर पैसा देने बैठे हैं. हम यहाँ के शार्क टैंक है एंड मेरा एक बैनर है. आई विल शो यू लेटर. फॉरगेट द शार्क्स, पिच टू द किलर वेल वीसी, समीर दाहोत्रे. Okay. So what am I doing here? So that this guy came and this other guy came and he's introducing, website का नाम बोला. So this is the startup. जिधर भी मौका मिले उधर बात करो, मार्केटिंग करो, वरना हमको ब्लेम मत करो. इफ़ यू आर नॉट एबल टू. सो शार्क टैंक में शार्क्स का सबसे बड़ा मोमेंट था व्हेन दे केम ऑन कपिल शर्मा शो. नाउ इमेजिन कपिल शर्मा को फंडिंग चाहिए तो कितना मिलेगा उसको. सो वेलकम टू ऑल द पैनलिस्ट. Starting with, I'll ask everybody to introduce themselves. My name is Sameer Dahotre. I'm the founder and CEO of PSI, the world's largest VC funding network. So again, world's largest, it's proven by Google. So that also I'll cover in the presentation. I was in Infosys, Microsoft. In Microsoft, I stole 10,000 servers to State Bank of India. It's a world record. In Infosys, Finacle में था, core banking. So आपका जब बैंक चल नहीं रहा, they'll say Finacle is down. But let me tell you, Finacle is not down, the network is down. So don't blame Finacle. Okay, and so we were #1 region in the world. The email went out from Mohandas Pai, copied to Nandanji and NRN, that this India team has done $50 million in a single year. So as you can, last I'll say about myself, if you meet me in Delhi Metro, Mumbai Metro, and you're a college boy, I will tell you about my startup, and I'll elevator pitch to you. So that boy says, "अरे sir, आप मेरे को क्यों pitch मार रहे हो?" I'll say, "अरे तू लाएगा ना मेरे को investor या कोई तो customer." So that's the thing. So I'll hand over to the panelists. Alka Goyal, a very, very, brilliant woman. She is from Delhi only. She went like a normal person, went to the US. She was with McKinsey for 17 long years, started as an associate or junior, whatever. And then she became partner of private equity practice at McKinsey in New York. So she gives gyan to private equity funds. So imagine her level of understanding. And Alka, please introduce yourselves.
I'm definitely not giving gyan. My name is Alka Goyal. Like Sameer said, I founded a firm called Alchemy Growth Capital, which is an early growth capital firm focused on health and wellness. Because what Sameer missed is I led parts of the healthcare practice and private equity practice in New York for about 15 years. And I moved back to India because like all of us here, I'm very long India, believe in what's happening, and this is the time to be in India. So I came back here and set this firm up, and I guess we've all lived through some really hard times during COVID, which has also forced us to reinvent ourselves. In particularly, health and wellness has emerged as front and center, and that's what we're looking to invest in.
Yeah, we have Inflection Point Ventures team.
Yeah, so when I was supposed to be here, and apologies on his behalf, he was not here, so I'm here filling in for him. So I'm Meenal Shah. I head the investments team at Inflection Point Ventures. What IPV typically does is we fund early stage startups. We're completely sector agnostic. Our whole belief is not to just give funds or check to the startup, but also give them the support that they need in their early journey to help them grow to the next level. So that's about IPV.
Thank you. Myself, Sanjeev Bishnoi. I represent Bajaj Capital. I'm Vice President Investment Banking. The difference that we bring to the investors or the land borrowers is we provide the entire spectrum of lending, right from the tech startup up to the IPO. We go the solution that fits best for the borrower or the tech startup. It's not that run of the mill. For some people, some borrowers, we can go for the HNI funding or ultra HNI, maybe the family offices. So what happens, we help the companies grow, we structure it, maybe in the form of equity or a quasi-debt or a quasi-equity. So it's just not this, we look at the company, the growth potential. The most important, right kind of intention and right approach of the borrower has to be there, which we identify over a period of time, and we help them in a lot of ways. Because of the presence, maybe nationally, maybe with the experience that we have at the Pan-India team. It actually helps a lot of corporates in solving their monetary problems. Thank you.
So I represent Agility Ventures and our fund, VC fund, Fluid Ventures. So we found Agility 2 years back with one thing in mind, that is, how we can create and maximize the value for anyone who's associated with the startup ecosystem. So obviously it began with, a pool of investors, which has been growing steadily. And now we are a category 1 angel fund, that is Agility Ventures Fund. And the Fluid Ventures, it's a VC fund. Fluid is focused on the D2C space, while Agility is a sector agnostic fund. So like IPV, we also support startups not only by helping funds them with the fundraising, but also supporting them in whatever way we can, like mentoring and hand-holding them. So that is what we are trying to do in this space.
Yeah, thank you. That's Mr. Prashant Narang. Very nice, very great person. And now I'll just digress a bit so that audience will know what are we talking about. So like IPV is an angel network and a VC fund also. Same with Prashant's company, Agility is an angel network and Fluid is a VC fund. So when the most important people in the India, according to me, for fundraising is the angel network. Because here now, aap sham ko, you will say, acha, this guy looks to be big, angel investor ban sakta hai. So wo sab bahut, it's a very inefficient way to fundraise. So you pitch to the angel network, and it's going to be difficult because they'll have screening teams, screening things, and Meenal will tell us how many emails she gets. Like VCs are getting 30 emails a day. There are 4 analysts. So how do you expect them? So if your subject line is bad, and if your 1 para, 2 para is bad, then what's the point? So as we are and we are also technically an investment banker, so we help startups fundraise, but and we are obviously in the larger fundraise space, like $1 million to $100 million. But there are other mentors there. Get a mentor who can guide you, who can talk to them, and you don't understand. In angel, it's a lot of times it's the panel will share, but it's a lot of personal thing. It's angel investor believes in your mission. He can give a lot of help rather than the VCs. VCs do not, according to me, they don't have the time actually, or I may be wrong here to generalize, but generally angels are very, very helpful in this world. So then I'll come to, after the angel network, then there are micro VCs are there. There's a company in Delhi called Expo Ventures. Then there's another, that's a $200,000 funding. Then there's another by Hina Arora. I'm not getting the fund, but it's again early stage, again Delhi-based. So these are micro VCs. So they are good. They have good connections with the investor communities also. Then there are early stage VC, which are giving you checks of around $500,000, 1 million, and 1.5 billion. So most VCs you see are early stage VCs. So Artha Venture Fund in India starts at $500,000. Then the typical famous ones, SAF Partners, Matrix Partners, they give 1 million, 2 million as the first check, and then total they can deploy anywhere between 10 to 15 million. Then we have mid-stage VC, growth stage VC. So Alka ji is from growth stage fund. So those are the people. Then there's late stage VC like Insight Partners, which backed Bharat Pay. I'm in touch with the founder. So Insight Partner ka managing partner Deven Parekh came with Barack Obama to India. So you can imagine how big that guy is if he can come with Barack Obama. And there are late stage VCs, and they are giving checks of $100 million US, single investor. And then there are finally the big daddies, which are private equity funds, which are also giving a lot of money. And above private equity, there are limited the sovereign wealth funds. Or, you will be shocked to know one of the largest investor who invests in VCs and LPs, Canada Pension Fund. So they are like billions or trillions of dollars. Now I'll go to the next question to the panel. Please specifically introduce about your fund and what do you all look for in the startups. Alka ji, please start.
Thank you. Am I audible? Okay, awesome. As I said, we are a little later stage. We look at health and wellness companies only. The company should have had proof of concept, which basically means should have gone to the market and have revenues. The amount of revenues don't matter. It could be, depending on the type of company, if it's a B2B, B2C, the ranges may be very different. Obviously the team is there, the management is in place, it's existed, the basic processes are there. Maybe an institutional investor is there, or maybe it's not. We are not hung up on that. And more importantly, the vision is there. So there's clearly traction in the company, but the vision of where you're going, at the time companies come to us, they may or may not be profitable. That's okay. But there's a path to profitability. So that's what we look at in our fund, which could be very different from different fund perspectives.
For us, we are completely stage agnostic. So we have invested in companies which had their plan on a paper, but we like the plan and we've invested on it. And we've also invested in companies which is a growth company like a milk basket or something. For us, there are 4 criteria basically. The first criteria is it has to solve a problem. First of all, there should be a problem. They should not find a solution to something where it does not need a solution. So problem solving is very important. Secondly, what we look at is what they are doing in terms of solution. It is different from what is happening in the market. And also the market is huge enough to accept that solution. The third thing that we look at is whatever they're solving, the unit economics make sense. Matlab, they should make money with the solution that they're providing. And the fourth and the foremost, I think it comes first, I would say, is the founder. Whether he can solve this problem, he has the capabilities or not. These are the 4 basic principles we rely on.
At Bajaj Capital, what we do is that, we are not putting our own funds because we have the policies. What we help is, we help the borrowers across the spectrum. Even if it is wanting to borrow a minimum of 25 or 50 lakhs, we help the corporate, provided the concept is good, it's a deceptive idea in the market, and it helps in growing it up. So he can come, we'll come us again for the second round, for the third round or fourth round. So we are present across. There may be some corporate or some borrower who is wanting to borrow maybe 1 crore, maybe 5 crores, 10 crores.
So Sanjeev, means you are talking about MSME kind of client profile.
We are across. So not only the SME,
Yeah.
But we are doing, of course, soon that, because in my introduction I said, in the last we also do the IPO. So we help the early stage investors or the late stage investors or maybe the private equity to get exit through the IPO route as well. So we are advisors. So we also help the companies in maybe the thinking process, the remodeling process, or the growth process. So not only the funders, but we are involved holistically in all the aspects of the company if it's required.
Yeah, Prashant, I think why don't you tell the audience about how is startup versus MSME, or what is your opinion in that?
Okay. So the biggest difference that I feel between MSME and a startup is the uncertainty. Because you're doing something for the first time, solving a problem which has not been solved, you don't know how people will take it. So, I mean, a MSME can be, opening an ice cream parlor in a place where there is no ice cream parlor. So that can be a, small venture started by somebody. But if you're solving a problem where you don't know whether the demand exists or not, whether people would buy the solution, maybe, they would like to pay for that solution or not, you're not aware. So the foremost distinguishing feature is uncertainty, which is there in a startup but not in a MSME.
Right.
So,
And so just to add that, I don't know if panel will agree, disagree, but MSMEs can look at debt funding from Bajaj Capital, example, and or from banks, or there are NBFCs also, and whereas startups can look at equity-based funding. So there's debt versus equity. So debt is something you take a, let's say, a 50 lakh loan, which you can pay off fast. And startup is where you are going to burn and grow very high. And there are exceptions there also, like Byju's is profitable from day one. So, so there are different variants. And it is a mix of both according to me. Example, when I won IIT, I'm a speaker at IIT earlier. That time I said, students ko aap idhar biryani ka thela chalu kar do bahar. So everybody started telling me biryani kya bol rahe ho Sameer, kuch audience ko kuch guide karo. So there is biryani by kilo, by the way, which has got lot of VC funding. So now is biryani thele wala a startup or an MSME? Best you all decide, So I'll move to the next question is, yes. Yeah, please. Okay. Wow.
Meenal. Yeah, we are completely open to it. We have
we have made a drone for a disaster management in the state of J&K, and we are incubated at NIT Srinagar, and JKEDI is the nodal agency in the state of J&K. They also have incubated us. Yeah, but on the funding part, they cannot arrange.
Sure, definitely.
So
I do share my card.
This platform as a medium to interact with you.
Definitely, we will definitely
how do we
look at
approach
it.
you, ma'am?
I'll share my card with you.
Yeah, so it's not about IPV or agility. There are 8-10 angel networks in India. I'll be introducing to you about all of them in the following presentation.
As we are on the prototype.
Yeah,
we
and
are
you
on
all.
the prototype, and we will be the part of mock drill with NDRF people in Srinagar also. So I find that this VC will
Yeah,
be
so
also
Sarji,
interesting.
what you have to do is you have to apply to all the resources we are going to talk about here.
Okay.
And फिर आपका कुछ again, please remember that when you are trying, presenting, वो passion है, J&K है, it's a stressed area, but investor को return चाहिए. आप ये याद रखो हमेशा. Do not forget that.
Yes,
Go on your elevator pitch, but elevator को ऊपर मत ले लो.
We understand
अपने
that.
को,
At
you
the
know,
end of the day,
हाँ,
boils down to money.
there is lot of thing like NGO है या Asha Impact Fund है, or these are impact funds are there, but they are not funding NGOs. They are funding private companies who are going to make money from farmers. Our agri-tech hai, all sorts of things are there.
Yes.
So thank you, sir.
Thank you.
I'll move to the panel again. Is very, very interesting question. How difficult is, in the COVID world, in pre and post-COVID world, panelists, please tell me how have you seen the startup evolve? And again, I'm telling you, these people get 30 pitches a day. It is a nightmare. You will say VCs reply nahi karte. They are all snobbish people, angel network. Meenal ji ne email ka reply nahi kiya. Main mila usko ye sab. So Meenal ji, by the way, she is just overloaded with inquiries. I get 5 inquiries per day. On LinkedIn, okay, because of that Google world's largest and all that. And I am regretting now I keep on marketing myself so much because then one guy is approached. I know how you approach is very, one guy approached me, sir, I need 10 minutes of your time. I will make a 10,000 crore company in 5 years. Abhi wo, it's like that Shark Tank पे 300 crore वाला, 300 crore का 1200 crore valuation पे, और फिर मैं 6000 करोड़ का आइसक्रीम मार्केट, इंडिया का आइसक्रीम 100% कैप्चर करूँगा. आई मीन उसको क्या बोले, शार्क टैंक पे ऐसे बोल रहा है. देन यू नो, अच्छा ये तुझे तो पैसा का कोई देगा नहीं. इट्स वेरी, बी वेरी केयरफुल व्हाट यू से, वेयर यू से at any panel, and be like me, you know, be in the sales mode. Anybody who comes up, pitches about them, I admire them. So next question to the panel is, how do you see the startup before the COVID world and after the COVID world?
We've seen a lot of the entire digital revolution accelerate in the COVID world. I mean, things which were supposed to, or which were planned to reach the audience, maybe an edtech platform or a health tech or a telemedicine or a delivery or a Swiggy or a Zomato, you take any of these, the digital revolution has accelerated. However, the physical has taken a back seat. So we've seen both sides of stories. We've seen startups in the digital side growing 10x, 15x, 20x month on month. We've seen startups on the physical side stalling, even closing down their businesses. So both sides of stories we've seen, frankly.
Yeah. Alka.
Our company, we have seen a lot of changes, and during the COVID period, we have seen a lot of changes and challenges that have come in the COVID period, especially on the delivery side and the fintech side. Digitalization actually has had a lot in the COVID side, and the people have realized that this is going to be one of the very important aspects in the future. Physical meetings has come down. Nobody have thought 3 years back or 2 years back that they won't have to travel across. Hello. They don't have to travel across their offices or across the cities and meet the investment bankers or the investors directly. Now, most of things are happening. That way, a lot of time has been saved, and the borrowers also realize that instead of meeting physically, doing a conference call or a video call is actually helping them. It is also helping us in better utilization of our time. So I would encourage that all of who are the borrowers, they should seriously make a very good page, as Samina has already mentioned. Make it to the last point and talk to either your investment banker or to the fund. What you want to say in a short and crisp way.
No, Sanjeev, one more thing, audience will relate better now because you're from Bombay and Bajaj Capital or whatever, Bombay, Delhi, wherever. But there's Bajaj Capital, there's Motilal Oswal, there are all the NBFCs. They are huge companies. I mean, they are 40,000 crore each kind of thing. So there are MSME businessmen sitting here. So उनको आप clearly बताइए आपका क्या turnover होना चाहिए या और आप कितना, how much will you give, particularly for the MSME?
See, as I mentioned earlier, we can go to as low as 50 lakh as well. And above, there's no limit. So your business model has to be that it has to justify that minimum amount of 50 lakhs as well. See, the way you scale up your model, the way your financial projections are, the way you are able to capture the market in the times to come. Because there's 50 lakhs is not going to serve the entire purpose. There would be additional borrowing at a later stage. There has to be then, it has to be an entire spectrum. That is the reason initially I've said, we are present across the entire spectrum because again you have to come to the market of borrowing. Sometimes in the form of equity, sometimes in the form of quasi-equity, maybe sometimes in the form of pure debt. Because every time divesting your equity is not advisable. Sometimes there are certain venture debt funds as well who can give you the debt. So why to divest the equity at any point? every point of time of borrowing. So what we do is we help the borrowers or the small companies in raising the fund according which suits them. One structure fits all is not going to work with us. We give them a solution. It is up to them, they accept or not, and then we accordingly approach the fund houses.
Yeah, and another basic equity basics is that you take money from you also. There might be 3 months before the payment starts, right? How much time? Is it immediate you have to start paying the principal plus interest?
So there's at times there are moratorium as well.
Okay.
So which actually depends on the market conditions, how you're utilizing it, whether you're putting the money into the working capital or to the capex side.
Right.
So we do a analysis of that on a Excel sheet, and then accordingly we go for the moratorium, whether it's for 1 month, 2 months, 3 months, or whatever it is.
Right. Prashant ji, what would you like to say on the pre-COVID, post-COVID world? How are the pitches? How are the startups?
So I would say that, I mean, in terms of how the startups have fared, startups which were already there from the pre-COVID period, the mediocre and the weak ones have perished. The strong ones who had their fundamentals in place and who did things right have really scaled up. I mean, as said earlier, digital transformation of businesses or enablement of businesses has really helped them scale up. So second is definitely that we can't ignore the fact that COVID has put India in a very favorable position, because it's actually China's loss and India's gain. So definitely there is a lot more opportunity now for Indian startups, because the world is focusing on us now. So it is the right time, and that is why we see that a lot of startups are coming up with, I mean, the number of startups that are there is going up, and there is a lot of funding also which is available. People from India, I mean, they are willing to put in money into startups now, and so is people from outside India. So we can see that one is that digital enablement has helped it, and second is the confidence in India has gone up. So these two things.
Thank you. The next question will be, tell us, see, the audience need to relate to you as a sector, like a VC, mid-stage VC fund, angel network, NBFC, angel network plus VC fund. So they need to see some real life juice or action, or other. What are the startups you all have backed? Top 2 startups, starting with you, Alka.
Just one more point on that COVID thing. One interesting trend outside of digitization, which everyone talks about, is talent. I think people have gone back outside of the 3 hubs, Delhi, Bangalore and Bombay, back to their hometowns, and they continue to be employed by those startups. So I think the entrepreneurial energy beyond what was called the hubs is spreading very, very quickly, and we are seeing that. So I won't talk about, it's very hard to pick your favorite startups. I mean, honestly, that's not a question I would feel comfortable at this point answering. But we can talk a little bit about what are our themes that we are excited about.
Sure.
I think, again, because at least for this fund, we're focused on health and wellness, so I'll talk a little bit about that. I think all of you, every new year you make a resolution, right? You've got to get more healthy. So I don't think there's any person out there who's not proactively aware about trying to get healthier. And whether it's the food you consume, whether it's exercise, whether it's sometimes even the clothes you wear. So there's a whole lot of attention being paid to preventive health in question, right? People have just become much more aware. They want to know what their heart rate is. They want to know what their, exactly. They want to know what their ECG is. Things like that, which wasn't even, 5 years back, which is not possible technologically, and you weren't aware of it. So we are seeing a lot of innovation in POCT, point of care. We're seeing a lot of interest of consumers in preventive. I think people are using diagnostics much more seriously. So diagnostics is a huge area, whether it's do your own diagnostics or home, which is not possible in developed markets because of the labor market situation there. Healthcare delivery, all of you have gone through a change, I'm sure. is obviously an exciting, whether it's ambulatory care, whether it's healthcare delivery. Even pharma commercial models are changing, insure tech. So I can go on and on themes that we're excited about, because healthcare and wellness is almost 11% of startups that happen in India. Of course, 5% of GDP, if you include wellness, it's equal to 9 or 10%. So it's pretty large subsegments. But all I'd say is there's no better time to be an entrepreneur, and this is what gets us excited.
Yeah, I also don't think I can pick any of my startups. If any of my founders are looking at this, they wouldn't be happy me picking one over the
You
other.
should be marketing them here, that's what I meant.
No, I can market, but then I'll need 108 minutes for my 108 startups to market. But in terms of sector, it's the financial inclusion sector that we are looking at very, very minutely, which is basically including the savings, the lendings are part of the pie, which is completely being derived of this financial inclusion or financial benefits that they can avail of. So this is one thing that we are looking at very, very intently. And the other segment is the AI segment, AI in anything, specifically in healthcare. So AI in healthcare is something which is exciting us. Waste management is something that we are looking at because we know that this is going to be a big problem. EV is also another exciting sector, though we are trying to understand which technology is going to play out eventually. So we are still trying to understand the technology, but EV is also what we are looking at. So these are the 4 top sectors, I would say, right now.
For us, we are looking towards fintech in a very big way, followed by on the EV side. Third, very strange to say, is biryani. We are doing it for a large, evolving and just doing less than a crore right now. But its model is very good. Maybe another 10-15 days get funded, so I can the name as well. And the last is, see, because these sectors priorities keep on changing with time. It cannot be that if today the fintech is there, so 6 months later, 1 month later, 1 year later, it could be again fintech. The priorities keep on changing, the investors keep on changing with time. So as of now, like artificial intelligence, electric vehicles, machine language, and technology, they are actually the flavor. So we are also going with that. But sometimes we do get a disruptive idea, which actually takes a priority. So I'm not biased towards any sector, but yes, what I look at is what's happening in the market right now, what the flavor is, and is there any disruptive ideas? Yeah.
So, our focus is on, we are sector agnostic, but what we see as a promising sector is, there are 5 of them. So first is the blockchain. With the government's focus also coming on the blockchain with, the Center of Excellence for blockchain being set up by NIC, or the strategy documents that have been, floated by Niti Aayog and MEITY. You can see that, the blockchain is the next.
Prashant, I'm hearing blockchain for too long now, and I'm tired of hearing of it. I want to see implementation. I want you to see Kotak Bank has deployed this application on blockchain.
Exactly. So that is what, right now the use cases of blockchain is not there. The moment those use cases start coming in, blockchain will be the next internet. And we cannot deny it. The world is going to change with blockchain. We all know that. It is just, that we can't see enough use cases. One use case that we see is crypto. And people would not, deny the fact that there are 10 crore investors in India who have already invested in crypto, whether it is as small as 2,000 rupees, which my 10-year-old son has told me to put in because he wants to experience it. So that is what, is happening. So there is
Prashant,
one.
don't you think it's strange that the government has not announced a crypto policy as such, or a Bitcoin,
Sir, if you see
and
the
there are
strategy
Bitcoin-funded startups, as we know, which came on IPL
the
also.
strategy documents by Niti Aayog and MEITY is there.
It's there,
if you
okay.
can,
It's in the budget too.
Yeah, and in the budget they have taxed the digital assets. That is how they are acknowledging the validity of that asset.
Okay.
Till now there was nothing. So we will definitely move step by step into that. So one is blockchain. The second is IoT, ML and industrial automation. Third is EV and the charging infrastructure that is there to support it. Fourth is definitely consumer, D2C. So we have a fund which is, focused on D2C, because when we speak to people outside India, I mean, you talk to people in US and Canada, they are not looking at D2C in their countries because they don't have that population. India has got the advantage of 1.4 billion people. The behavioral, the consumer behavior is changing. With COVID, it has accelerated. So consumer is definitely that we are looking at. And the last is fintech, because definitely if you look at, the 83, 84 unicorns that we have had, 17 are fintechs. So fintech space would always be big because again of the population size in India. So these are the 5 spaces that we are looking at as promising spaces.
Prashant bhai, one more thing I want you to touch upon is, see, there are consumer D2C startup hai, and then there's consumer product startup. Consumer product mein, as I understand, margins are, net margin will be very less, 10% or 20%. Consumer product, wafer wala kind of thing, versus D2C brand. People are coming on website like Sleepy Owl, world's first or India's first cold brew coffee. It's very, very interesting video you must all see. And I want you to, if you all are taking Indigo, I'm elevator pitching to you, please have the Sleepy Owl ka hot coffee. It will be wonderful in the flight. Okay, sorry.
So definitely, again, when we are looking at a D2C company, we are looking at companies which have margins more than 50%, so gross margins, because then only they can have that, capacity to spend and market their product well. If they are a, low margin product, then obviously it cannot it cannot scale up that fast. So if you look at most of the companies which are in the D2C space, their margins will be between 35 to 75%, even up to 80%. We have funded startups which have got 80% gross margin. And again, in terms of scalability, if you are, the companies start with the pure D2C model, capture a market, through marketing or whatever ways, and then slowly also start using the traditional distribution channels to reach out to the markets where you see those, products at your local stores, convenience stores. You start looking at those.
Yeah, so one of the Prashant's friend or partner is a friend of mine, Dhyanudas, Das, and they had early backed Go Mechanic as a, so again you'll say, Acha, Go Mechanic is providing car wash service at home or this or that, and so I've got
not only car wash, sir, it is entire repairing.
Repairing and all these other services. So we would think that, okay, it's not a market and all, but there is a people, when you start it, you come to know what is the market, and it's any startup ka journey is not directly $100 million fundraise and all. It's always been a journey of 5 to 6 years before that large fundraising happens. Okay, now the next question, panelist, is that India, what is your views on job creation? We have the world's largest youth force. India will overtake China, no doubt. Probably, I'm not sure of the US, but probably China we will, because our youth is so huge. It's really mind-boggling. And the youth are the ones who are the 18 to 25, 30 kind of people. We have the largest of that in the world. So kindly, panelists, please tell us, how have VCs or angel networks created direct and indirect employment? And that, again, with some stories.
Yeah, by definition, right? I mean, it is one of the most substantial problems, job creation, given that you said youth is, less than 35 is 65% of our population. I think as much of it is job creation, it is relevant job creation, because what is happening is the kind of jobs that will be required in the future. I talk about it with my friends and colleagues all the time. 15 years back, many of the jobs that exist today didn't exist 15 years back, right? It's a very known fact. So the question is, how do we equip, reskill, upskill, make them employment ready? I think like anyone in the ecosystem, we're just a small part of the ecosystem, the VC ecosystem, there's the MSE ecosystem, there's a large industry ecosystem, there's the government ecosystem. And everyone has to do their bit on job creation. The fact that we are helping hopefully create sustainable companies in the long run will by definition create employment opportunities, right? Can it beat, I'm sure if you take the portfolio of just the 4 of us here, I mean, I'm just counting in my head because we are more concentrated than you guys. We have, close to 10 investments, and we would probably be having direct employment of about 3,500 people in those 10 minimum. And then, of course, you guys have, so we are creating jobs. And I think we are also playing an important role upskilling, because in the startup scenario, a lot of people that join the startups are generalists initially, right? And they're just going with the flow. So they just want to work in startups. So in a way, we are contributing to that. Is that enough for a country as large as India? I don't think so. But everyone needs to play their part. And this is where I think someone was talking about the public-private partnerships. And I think that's happening. By definition, second and third order effects would be felt. If the first order effect is the company itself, which has, let's say, employed 1,000 people, those 1,000 people are then demanding things from somewhere else, and you've got suppliers and vendors, and that'll create a virtual event.
Alka, I have a very specific question for you, because you spent 20 years in New York and US, and then you're in India now last 5 years. So do you think we will ever see universal healthcare in India like we have in the US? Is it possible to aspire for it at least?
Yeah, there's pros and cons to every model of healthcare, right? I mean, we just talked about Canadian pension funds, and then of course the US. I mean, just the RT-PCR test in the US costs $300, here it costs $7. So there's pros and cons to any system. I think the Ayushman Bharat was an attempt to give some sort of coverage, whether it is under coverage or not. I don't think so, but it is a step in the right direction. But I think the healthcare, a lot of people come from outside India to get treated in India. So there is a lot of opportunity in healthcare. The quality of healthcare is just not available, accessible, and affordable to everyone, given the size and scale. So that's a very specific question, but I wanted to give you guys an opportunity to build on the job creation point.
I think you defined it beautifully, and previously also when you said, now the jobs are not centric to the 3 or 4 capital, it's been like, because of the startup ecosystem, it's been distributed around the country. That's also true. I completely agree with that. However, there is one thing that currently, there is one part of job which is, there's a demand for techies, as they say. They say that Bangalore, may you come down, you'll find 5 techies with their CV over there, and 5 of 10 companies who are pitching to them to tell them to come and join us. So that's the current disbalance, where one segment is getting the job opportunities with the startup ecosystem that is building. But however, having said that, with 1 company or 10 companies moving from 1 to 10, the jobs will also move from 1 to 10. We are contributing in certain way. I don't know if it is enough though.
Definitely, the funds have been providing a lot of job opportunities through the tech startups. And they are across the spectrum, they are across the age, starting from 21 years up to the 40, 45 years. The job opportunity has been there across India, pan-India level is there, across the sectors it is there. So, and with the times to come, this will actually increase, because many new opportunities which were never heard earlier, 5 years or 10 years back, they have been there. For example, maybe in fintech, maybe in health tech, maybe in biotech, or education also. The involvement that has happened in the last 5 years has been tremendous. My perception is, or my view is, it's across all the sectors that has been there. Yes, the young generation has got a lot of employment, but the experienced guys, they have also got the opportunity to work with and provide their experience to the younger guys. So I'm fully backing this, that yes, funds have provided a lot of job opportunities.
So, one aspect that we all know about startups is scalability. The speed at which they scale, again, that is a distinguishing factor between them and the SMEs. And the kind of job opportunities they create. Now, if we fund these startups at an early stage, and maybe later growth stage funds come in and they fund these startups, that is what the funds are helping, because what are funds? Funds are resources. It's a resource which is required for running the business, and we are providing that resource. It's the petrol in the car that will help the car run, and because the car runs, that is how it is doing the job. I mean, doing the job of creating these job opportunities. If you look at Zomato, it employs, I think, if I've got the numbers right, it would have 2,000 direct employees and another, 3,000, 5,000, 4,000 people as these delivery boys. Go Mechanic, I think it's got 1,000 direct employees, and because it's an aggregator of mechanic shops, so the kind of employment it is generating at the mechanic shop level. So these startups, when they started off, obviously they didn't have a team. And today, if they have that kind of team, they definitely, it's a proof that, and how many SMEs or how many, I would say, businesses can create that kind of employment. It is the startups that are doing that. And I would say that we are proud that we are contributing to that. That is a big satisfaction that gives us as an angel fund or as a VC fund, that we are helping in creating, job opportunities. So that is what I have to say. Thank you.
Yeah, we'll have a closing message for everybody. I'll give my closing message. It's a copy paste from Ashnir Grover. He says, think physical versus digital. So जिधर physical होगा, delivery होगा, profit कम होगा. Digital, Bharat Pay, Paytm, they are making money digitally. That's the closing. Yeah, sorry, please.
I just want to say, just because it's digital does not mean it's profitable, right? I mean, there can be all sorts of models. So I
yeah. Alka, one closing line tip for the startup. That's all.
So I think I'll just pick on what Sameer is saying. There is no one path. I mean, there is an exception to every rule in the startup, just like in life. You are seeing examples of highly profitable companies that have never raised VC money. You are, the Zerodha and the Zoho that get talked about. You are seeing companies that have in 3 years created enormous value. Companies that have taken 15 years but created more value. It has been pedigreed founders, non-pedigreed, small town boy, big town boy, stayed abroad, did this. Actually, I don't see a pattern. Same thing as we were saying, digital is profitable. This is not. It has to solve a problem. The problem has to be valued by the customer. It's as fundamental as that. So I'm just saying, if you're passionate about something, if you have the gumption to do it and courage to do it, if you can build the team, I think it's a great time to do it, because the government is doing every bit. The private sector is doing every bit, and the talent is available. So that's my message for anyone who's interested.
I think someone from the audience, you wanted to add something.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome our guest of honor, Srimati Kiran Bedi ji, former Lieutenant Governor of Puducherry and the first female IPS officer of India. I would request Mr. Sameer Dahotra to kindly wind up.
Kiranji, inspiring to see you here. You have had such a wonderful journey. You're the Indra Nui of the government world. And all the women in this entire event will need to take one photo with you. Thank you. I would like to thank all the panelists. After some time, I'll be having a presentation on how to fundraise. So thank you. Thank you all the panelists. Yeah. So elevator pitch.
It will go on her Twitter.
Elevator pitch to Ms. Kiran Bedi. Ms. Kiran Bedi is the Indra Nui of the government. And ma'am, come here. Yeah, and if she can be so polished, so successful, and she doesn't care a damn which. Thank you, thank you. Thank you everyone here. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Can we have a huge round of applause for the wonderful session we have just had? I would request all the panelists and the moderator to kindly stay back now that we have our guest of honor here with us. I would request you, ma'am, to kindly do the honors and felicitate all our panelists and the moderator. Thank you so much. Kiran ma'am, I would request you to kindly stay back along with Rajkumar sir and all the panelists and the moderator, please stay back. So I would request Kiran ma'am along with Rajkumar sir to kindly felicitate our wonderful moderator we have had for this session, Mr. Sameer Dohotre. Can we have a huge round of applause for the wonderfully moderated session that we have had? Yes. Mr. Sameer Dohotre. Followed by the wonderful panelists we have had, Mr. Sanjeev Bishnoi from Bajaj Capital. Can we have a huge round of applause, everybody? Yes, let's keep the claps rolling. Mr. Vinay Bansal. Yeah. Yeah, sure. I would request Ms. Meenal to kindly collect the memento on behalf of Mr. Vinay Bansal. Ms. Alka Goyal. And Mr. Prashant Narang. Thank you so much, Sharks, for joining us here. It was a wonderful session. Wonderful. Thank you so much to all the panelists. I would request Kiran ma'am to kindly stay back. Please have a seat.
I would like to invite Mr. Ashok also. Should be joining this case.
Thank you so much for joining us here, sir. Ma'am, it's an absolute honor and privilege to have you here with us at our India's first tech startup Conclave and Awards 2022. बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया मैम आपका कि आप आज यहाँ पे आए और हमारे बीच आके अपनी मौजूदगी आपने मान करी. Well, ma'am, seeing you always raises my energy level up. Do you know we met 2 months back at Tingaland? We had an event, yes, and there you shared your journey not only as an IPS officer or the former lieutenant governor, but also as a mother. Do you remember meeting all those wonderful, beautiful ladies? Yes, yes, we were there. And your stories have always been very inspirational, very inspiring. Thank you so much once again for joining us here. I would request the president of ICRA, Mr. Rajkumar Sharma, to kindly welcome our guest of honor, with his words. Sir, over to you.
So, I think ma'am doesn't need any introduction. Icon for everybody. And ma'am, so nice of you. You just on a short invitation with the help of Mr. Ashok, you came here just to bless us. We are having huge gathering of startups here, and these are the startups basically into technologies. So I'll just brief you a bit about this event. In fact, post-COVID, you know that lots of things were going on virtual, but this is the first event we have planned this year under AICRA. Here we have invited tech startups from all over the country. They have innovated something in their own categories, and we have invited lots of investors and potential buyers also, and lot many dignitaries from government, various departments of the governments, so that startups can get the complete solution here itself. They can connect with them, they can understand, like government department can understand what problem are they facing, they can connect with each other, they can help each other. This is the whole session all about. And in the evening we have planned to recognize all the leading startups like who have done lots of accomplishment in the field. So we have around 20 plus categories wherein we are having this award ceremony. And so nice of you are here with us, and all the startups. I would request all the startups in that exhibition area, they should also be coming and joining. So just inform them as well. So ma'am, just to give you more update about this, we have around 111 tech startup here. And when you talk about agri-tech, health tech, edu-tech, everybody can, if we can spare some time, we'll be visiting some this exhibition area as well, wherein you can see all the innovations happening in the country right now. And a bit about AICRA. We founded this in 2014. It's a Section 8 not-for-profit organization, and we are working with lot many government organizations just to promote technology, especially robotics and artificial intelligence among the youth. So we have taken lots of initiatives here. At education level, we are setting up robotics lab in schools. We have done it around 260 plus labs as of now across India. We are setting up Industry 4.0 Center of Excellence as well in engineering colleges. We are running lots of programs just to develop traditional computer centers, and we are turning them up into robotic skill centers. So we can cover the entire nation to educate more and more students, and just to inspire them that they should be involving in the technologies. So this is one part at the education level. And with the industry, we are doing lots of activities wherein not only startups, all business communities should be connecting with us, and they'll be getting the mutual benefit. So we are the organizer of India STEM Summit and Award. Every year we are doing, so that is the very prestigious sort of platform wherein mostly colleges, schools, they come and join together, and we celebrate the accomplishments. That happens every year. And apart from this, recently we finished one of the global event, Global Artificial Intelligence Summit. So therein we targeted 5 different sectors like education, healthcare, smart city, smart mobility. So whatever, like, just to give them an idea, whatever kind of a solution they are seeking, I'll just take an example. Suppose I'm the farmer, in the agriculture business, right? So I have to engage some kind of technology in my processes, but I don't know where to go for this thing. So we are creating a platform wherein consultancy service will be provided initially, at the initial level, so that at a very low cost, people can understand that I can afford this technology, or whether this technology can be used for me or not. So gradually that awareness will be created. Later on, they can decide whether they wish to adopt it or not. So that is how we can create the entire environment. So that's how most of these startups are here. They are giving solution in various sectors. Now they will be connecting with the buyers directly, and this way probably we can create a system wherein buyers and the service provider both are connected here. So this is the whole idea, and we are working in this direction. And everybody has come? So I will not take too much of time. I would like to request ma'am. So you please bless us with your some of the valuable inputs and just to encourage the startup and give some few words to us. Please.
Well, certain things just happen. I got a WhatsApp message from my friend Ashok. We come back from Pondicherry. Ashok ji lives in Pondicherry, and when I just taken over there, my friends in Pondicherry, the first invitations came from his organization to do some sports marathon. And I drove down to Kadalur. It was a little distance from Pondicherry. And I met him and his friends. And he truly impressed me since then. So 2016, we are friends till 2022. And we stayed as friends all the time I was there. He could walk into the Lieutenant Governor's office at any time he needed to. It was an open house for him. And he came with many, many innovations even at that time. And then the best part as a friend he did was, he is a pupil, he's a devotee of Swami Ramana Maharishi. He took me to that Maharishi hill. He said, come, I'll take you, you haven't seen there. And left to myself, probably I would not have gone because my priority was what I can do there where I was rather than look after my needs, which was my need too, spiritual need. But spiritual need of this kind was subordinated to the performance needs of my work. But he took me and we drove down. So our relationship, as friendship, came as a mutual admiration for what he stood for. And then he came with many other innovations in agriculture, which we partnered ourselves, and I wish we could do more. That's my regret, because there is a blockade of system sometimes, there's a negativity, but there was an effort made. I would love to take this forward. I want to thank you for this invitation, because then when the call came saying, you're invited for dinner, and I said, Ashok ji is inviting me to dinner in Pondicherry. Doesn't he know I'm in Delhi? So I didn't respond. I said, fine, because it's Pondicherry. He didn't say, I'm in Delhi. But then he again sent a message, and I asked him, where is this dinner? He said, it's in Delhi. It's in Meridian, and it's for this purpose. So I said, oh, if it's 7 o'clock, I will come. Then when he sent me information about what he's doing, and we spoke to each other, that's how I'm here with you by 5:45. So it's just a coincidence that something is to happen, जैसे कहते हैं ना, खाने वाले का नाम दाने दाने पर नाम है, मेरा दाने दाने पर था ना आज यहाँ, इसलिए मुझे आज यहाँ आना ही था. लेकिन मेरा कोई प्लान नहीं था, लेकिन बहुत चीज़ें मैंने अपनी ज़िंदगी में देखी हैं. आप क्यों मिलते हैं, वहाँ क्यों जा रहे हैं, क्या लॉन्ग टर्म मकसद है, ये भगवान ही जानता है. लेकिन मैंने देखा एक रिलेशनशिप, कान कितने साल पहले मिले, आज फिर से दिल्ली में मिल रहे. और इसके बाद मुझे पता है हमने रुकना नहीं है, क्योंकि मेरे पास अब आपके लिए होमवर्क है, एक आइडिया है. देखो, आप स्टार्टअप्स के लिए आप आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस बड़े लोगों के लिए कर रहे हो, मैं आपको छोटे बच्चे देती हूँ. मेरी 2 NGOs हैं, और मैंने अभी 5 दिन पहले आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस में अपने गरीब बच्चों को, जो 18 साल 16 साल के लड़के लड़कियों को मैंने डिप्लोमेज दिए हैं. मेरी संस्थाएं उनको आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस सिखा रही है, और उन लोगों को मैंने बच्चों को इनाम भी दिया है. क्यों, मेरी 2 स्वयंसेवी संस्थाएं हैं. एक तो है झुग्गी झोंपड़ी एरिया में, लेकिन बच्चे बड़े लायक हैं. फिर है गांव में, बच्चे बड़े लायक हैं. क्यों लायक हैं? क्योंकि वो भूखे हैं. उनको हम जो भी कुछ देंगे वो बहुत खुश धन्यवाद करेंगे. सो आई हैव अ होल colonies, not colony, colonies and villages of children who've done schooling and are willing and happy to learn artificial intelligence. And they've already done it. So I only 2 days ago told my foundation कि आओ हम बच्चों का स्टार्टअप बनाएं, हम बच्चों का स्टार्टअप बनाएं. So I am now in a mind situation to do small startups. अब मैंने इन बच्चों को, जिनको डिप्लोमा और हमने ये दे दिए, I am going to start small startups. आप हैंड होल्डिंग करना चाहते हो कर लो। मेरे पास बच्चे हैं जो सीख चुके हैं। मेरे पास 2,500 बच्चा है इस वक्त। 2,500 Navjyoti has trained in partnership with a particular company recently. And I have 2,500. They are already a nursery for you. I can link you with my foundation, and you can tap their energy. You can upskill them. You can groom them. For me, I was probably looking for a right name, but it is a small startup. And in that small startup, my instruction to my director, मैं कल की बात ही कर रही हूँ. In fact, it was just, देखो how things are linked. जो बात मैं कल कर रही हूँ, आज मैं उसी की extension आज यहाँ देख रही हूँ. क्यों? क्योंकि intention ये है कि सबका भला हो. What is my intention? My intention is larger good, larger spread of the skill and potential. So I can link these adult starthood with the youth starthood. You are youth, but you are already grown-up startup. I can link you with the teenager startup, which got brains to learn, open to learn, and at very low cost at the moment, क्योंकि उनके लिए वो भी बहुत है. And they turned out to be brilliant boys and girls. उसमें girls भी है, जिन्होंने coding भी की है girls ने. कहाँ के? झुग्गी झोंपड़ी के. First learner के लिए. So here is an open invitation. Ashok ji, one more for you. See, one more relationship to carry on. I can link you with my foundation. आप कितने दिन हैं यहाँ? कितने दिन हैं यहाँ? बस आज का दिन? अगर आप चाहते हो तो मैं जिन बच्चों को इनाम मिला है उनसे मिलवा देती हूँ कल. मैं उन बच्चों को, मैं अपनी फाउंडेशन की डायरेक्टर को रिक्वेस्ट करूंगी कि उन बच्चों को आए आपसे मिलवाएं. क्यों नहीं? I'll ask those children to come and meet you. आप उनसे बात करिए. I want to start the startup from the bottom. So starting from the bottom, it's a bottom-up startup. In the bottom-up startup is the large population of India. You see, हमारी ये population है, आप ये हैं, मैं तो यहाँ हूँ, आप ये हैं, तो ये इससे क्यों नहीं मिलती? And you know what we did? We removed poverty. When we gave them this digital literacy, we removed digital poverty in this country of that base. और हर बच्चा आज दूसरे को सिखाने को तैयार है. So I will, if you permit, you plan a time, I will call up my foundation, ask the awarded children to be brought here, let them chat with you. And that will spread. That means मेरी जो एक colony है, called the Bhavana colony, it's in northwest Delhi. They are all resettlement colony. They were in Juggi Jomprees. When Commonwealth Games came, they were all en bloc removed, lakhs of families, hundreds of families, poorest families. They were all living in Juggi Jomprees. They were en bloc picked up and thrown in that flat area of Bhavana called Northwest Delhi. We were working as an NGO there at that time, making them literate. My foundation, which I'm talking to you about, is 30 years old. I started this while in the Indian police, while in the service as a Deputy Commissioner of Police, North Delhi Police. जब मैंने देखा था, there was a relationship between crime and drugs, and children were getting involved, and they were not going to school. As a crime prevention measure, I started street schools called gully schools. Single teacher, but tapping these children. And I ran the school in the gully itself. In the gully. That's why they called gully school. क्योंकि छत नहीं थी, स्कूल नहीं था. और जिस फंक्शन में मैं गई, मैंने बोला एक शर्त है, मुझे एक टीचर दे दीजिए. मेरे पास बच्चे हैं. आप मुझे टीचर दे दो, मैं आपको बच्चे दूंगी, आओ इनको पढ़ाएं. तो we had started the gully school project. But when this whole thing was lock, stock and barrel उठा दिया क्योंकि Commonwealth Games है, तो आप वो कचरा, गंदगी, insanitary conditions, poverty नहीं दिखा सकते ना, क्योंकि वो रेड फोर्ट का एरिया था. तो उन्होंने एन ब्लॉक करके बवाना फेंक दिया. हम भी चले गए, हम भी फेंक गए, क्यों हमारी एनजीओ भी साथ चली गई. बट वी डिड नॉट गिव अप. सो एज एन एनजीओ वी स्टार्टेड द स्कूल्स फ्रॉम द स्ट्रीट इटसेल्फ. हमने छोड़ा नहीं, हमने कहा बच्चों की पढ़ाई नहीं खत्म हो सकती. सो दैट्स व्हाई आई एम 30 years old, एंड उसमें से हमारे कई बच्चे टीचर्स बन चुके हैं, और उनमें से बच्चे आज पढ़ा रहे हैं क्लासेस में. आई एम टॉकिंग टू यू अबाउट दैट फाउंडेशन विच इज 30 years old and which has very goodwill in that Bhavana area. If we want, we can and we will, with you or without you. I'm very clear, with you or without you, or despite you. But with us, we are going to make that as a hub provider of artificial intelligence of the youth. We will be, so हम सिर्फ कारपेंटर ही नहीं देंगे, टेलर ही नहीं उसमें से देंगे, सब्जी वाला ही नहीं देंगे, हम आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस भी देंगे, क्योंकि वो बच्चे जो हैं वो hungry to learn है, and they are also grateful. दो चीज़ें उनमें से बड़ी क्रेडिट, स्टार्टअप के लिए दो चीज़ें चाहिए, हंगर एंड ग्रैटिट्यूड. उनमें हंगर है और उनमें ग्रैटिट्यूड भी है, संतुष्टि भी है. स्टार्टअप के लिए भी बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है संतुष्टि, क्योंकि you should cut your, you need patience and you need perseverance and you need settlement, because you want to begin with whatever you have. You begin with whatever. Most of the startups have all started from garages, parking lots. They've all done that. So these are children of those garages and parking lots. They're all hungry. So if we all work, I think that will be a great, today I think God has sent me to link the have with the have not. And that have not has the clean brain, a creative brain here to do coding and designing and do artificial animation, anything, graphics, they're doing all these things already, they've learned. So I can link you with them tomorrow. तो हम देखें कहाँ जाते हैं, और उसके बाद आप अगर चाहें तो आप अपनी छोटी सी सीडिंग वहाँ कर सकते हैं इन बच्चों को, और क्योंकि एक कंपनी ऑलरेडी है, उस कंपनी ने इन्हें पढ़ाया था, उसका नाम मैं इस वक्त भूल रही हूँ, बट उसका नाम, उस व्यक्ति का नाम है कार्तिक. उसका नाम है कार्तिक. He is the one, I'll give you his name, I'll share it with my friend. He will circuit, I can link you even with that company which is training these children. So friends, आपने मुझे यहाँ बुलाया, I'm very, very grateful that you are talking today what I talked yesterday to my foundation, and to say, let's make startups of our youngsters who have already been trained in artificial intelligence and bring them together. We will register them as a small company. We will link them with government funding. We can link them with donors. और उनको क्या चाहिए? 10,000, 10 लाख, 1 करोड़ नहीं चाहिए. उनको 10,000 चाहिए, उनको एक लैपटॉप चाहिए, उनको एक अच्छा आईफोन चाहिए, तो वो उससे शुरू हो जाएंगे वो. I can tell you, they don't need much. So any funders for that? Any funders for that? I can link you with those children. So you see, you can do this small. I think this probably will break the news. Your becoming startups will not break news anymore. But children becoming, teenagers becoming startups and linking themselves with you breaks news. And this will touch the hearts of nobody other than our Niti Aayog and our Honorable Prime Minister, who are the initiators of this great movement of startups. So friends, let's see how it happens tomorrow. I'll link you with the director. I'll request Neetu Sharma, she's the director of this program. I'll ask her to come with these boys and girls, those who've been recognized, who stood out in the program of small. My dream now is to do young startups. फर्स्ट जनरेशन के लर्नर स्टार्ट. आप फर्स्ट जनरेशन नहीं है, आप सेकंड जनरेशन है. वो फर्स्ट जनरेशन है, वो रेडी वाले का बच्चा है, या वो सब्जी बेचने वाले का बच्चा है, या किसी कुली का बच्चा है, और वो सीख चुका है, और आप उसको आप एब्सोल्युटली हायर कर सकते हो. उसको सिखाते जाओ, वो करता जाएगा. दैट मीन्स यू विल गेट हैंड्स टू वर्क. वो भी तैयार हो जाएगा, आपको भी काम मिलेगा. मेरी फीलिंग है. देयर इज अ रीजन टू बी हियर टुडे. There was a reason, and I think I see the light at the end of this tunnel. I see a reason for coming here. I'm only an instrument. आप भी instrument, आप भी instrument. हम लोग एक instrument बने हैं आज उनको और आपको जोड़ने के लिए. मैं तो सिर्फ एक bridge हूँ, कड़ी हूँ. और अगर हम bridge पास कर जाएंगे इकट्ठे, तो I think India, ये जितनी झुग्गी झोंपड़ियाँ हैं, जितने गाँव के लायक बच्चे हैं 10वीं 12वीं के, वो आपके लिए constituency है. You can tap this constituency. You don't only have to go to higher universities, which will be very expensive. But here is loyalty. आपको इन बच्चों को जब मिलेगा ना, वो loyalty भी आपको देंगे. लेकिन जिसको आप दूसरे यूनिवर्सिटी से लेंगे, वो loyalty नहीं देने वाला. वो आपसे सीख के दूसरी अपनी कंपनी खोलेगा और कहेगा आप कौन? I'm getting a higher salary, I'm going. But what I'm saying is, there are exceptions to the rule anyway. So I think there's a reason. I'll make you meet them tomorrow, and we will connect the have and having startups to developing, training, skill, upskilling, have not startups. And I want those young boys and girls to start their own little startup, their own little company, and their own little funding, and then they link them, and then they work in collaboration with you. I think that's the larger reason and the larger good we can do out of this event. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your wonderful words of wisdom. I would request the dignitaries on dais to kindly honor Srimati Kiran Bedi ji with the shawl. Thank you so much, ma'am, once again for marking your glorious presence here. It's always an honor and privilege to have you. On that note, today, it's the first day of India's first Tech Startup Conclave and Awards 2022. We are done with the first part of the day. That is our conclave, that is our sessions. I hope you all enjoyed the sessions. Yes? Raise your hands if you all enjoyed the sessions. Wow, can we have a huge round of applause for all the panelists and the Orangewood Research and Enforcement. Best Tech Startup Initiative in Robotics Sector. Okay, can we call the Orangewood from there? Yes. I guess we're gonna wait for a couple of minutes. Till then you can have a picture clicked. We can have the pictures clicked. Yes. We can proceed to the next one. Okay, moving on to the second award of the day. The next category is Best Tech Startup Initiative in IT Sector. And it goes to, any guesses? Okay, it goes to Cobra Softwares Private Limited. Let's give a huge round of applause for Cobra Softwares Private Limited. Many, many hearty congratulations to you. You have won the Best Tech Startup Initiative in IT Sector. Many, many hearty congratulations. Now, our next category is Best Tech Startup Initiative in AI Sector. And the winner is QTech Internet Private Limited. QTech Internet Private Limited. Do we have the representatives from QTech? Okay. So the first category was Best Tech Startup Initiative in Robotics Sector. So can we have the award for the winner? That is Orangewood Research and Advancement Private Limited. Let's give a huge round of applause for them. They have won the Best Tech Startup Initiative in Robotics Sector. Many, many hearty congratulations to you. Now, our next category is Best Tech Startup Initiative in Online Services. And the winner is from Sumitha. Let's give a huge round of applause for Sumitha, everybody. I would request the representatives from Truck Sumitha to kindly join us up on stage. Many, many hearty congratulations to you from the entire team of ICRA. Congratulations. Congratulations once again. Now, our next category is Best Tech Startup Initiative in Technology Manufacturing. And the winner is Ospec Automation. Let's give a huge applause for Ospec Automation. I would request a representative to kindly join us up on stage and collect the award. Best Tech Startup Initiative in Technology Manufacturing. Ospec. Our next category is Best Health Tech Startup. Best Health Tech Startup goes to NeuroX Technologies. Let's give it up for NeuroX Technologies. I would request the representative to kindly collect the award. Many, many hearty congratulations to you, sir. Now our next category is Best FinTech Startup and it goes to Regiro Networks Private Limited. Let's give it up for them. Very, very hearty congratulations. Can we keep the claps rolling, everybody? Our next category is Best Agri-Tech Startup and it goes to AutoNext Automation Private Limited. Let's give it up for AutoNext Automation Private Limited, everybody. Many, many hearty congratulations to you. Best Agri-Tech Startup. Startup and it goes to Asun Trackers Private Limited. Let's give it up for Asun Trackers, everybody. Best Green Tech Startup. Can we please keep the claps going? Everyone, keep the claps going. Congratulations to you. Our next category is Best EdTech Startup and it goes to Cyborg EdTech Private Limited. Oh my God, many, many hearty congratulations to you. I could feel the energy in her jump, yeah. Super excited. Congratulations. Award and it goes to OCU Logistics Marketplace Private Limited. Let's give it up for OCU Logistics. It's the best woman startup. Many, many hearty congratulations to you, ma'am. Let's keep the claps rolling, everyone. Yes. 100 people present in this room. And every time we are calling our voice, I can still hear like very less claps, very less energy. So I'm just gonna teach you a way where we can increase the bar of energy. Everyone raise your left hand like this. Now your right hand like this. And every time when the water comes to the stage, we are gonna clap like this. Perfect. Okay. Now, moving on to the next category is the best financial institution for supporting startups. It goes to Convanto, everyone. Let's give it up for Convanto. Many, many hearty congratulations to you. Can we keep the claps rolling? Yes, everyone, with full energy. I remember her coming to me backstage and she wanted to know, do you know who is going to win? Congratulations to you, you have fun. And okay, moving on to the next category is the best startup knowledge provider. And it goes to Yap Cafe. Let's give it up for Yap Cafe, everyone. Best startup knowledge provider. Congratulations to you, sir. Let's give it up for your App Cafe, everybody. Now, moving on to the next category, which is Best Tech Provider. And it goes to Bata Navigation Private Limited. Let's give it up for them and let's keep the claps rolling. Many, many hearty congratulations to you. Sorry. Many, many hearty congratulations once again. Can we have a huge round of applause, everybody, for Bata Navigations Private Limited. Our next category is Most Innovative Startup Concept, and it goes to Agni Kul Cosmos. Let's give it up for Agni Kul Cosmos. Most Innovative Startup Concept. Is someone from Agni Kul Cosmos here? Please join us up on the stage. Let's give it up for Agni Kul Cosmos, everyone. They have one of the most innovative startup concepts over here. Many, many hearty congratulations to you from the side of ICRA. hearty congratulations to you. Yes, yes, yes. We can keep the claps rolling, everyone. Okay. Now moving on to the next category, which is Best Cybersecurity Tech Startup. And the winner is Secure Research Lab. Can we give a huge round of applause for Secure Research Lab, everyone? Research labs, everybody. Award category of the year. That is the Best Tech Startup Award. Any guesses who has won this? Any guesses? Raise your hands, raise your hands. Who has won this? Best Tech Startup Award. Come on, इतना confidence होना चाहिए कि हम अपना हाथ उठाएं. I want to see the hands. I want to see the confidence. Yeah. In the future business leaders and the current business leaders as well. You guys are doing amazing. All right. The winner of Best Tech Startup Award is Heliwell! Let's give it up for Heliwell, everybody! The Best Tech Startup Award of the year goes to Heliwell. Is someone from their team present here? Let's give a huge round of applause for Heliwell. Although those guys are not present here. They are present here. So we'll soon have someone from Heliwell team to collect this award. Still looking for more and more funding. Alright, so I can still wait for like another 1 minute for Heliwell, I guess, and then we'll wrap up because that was the last important thing we had. Can we have a huge round of applause for all the awardees, all the delegates, and everyone? Yeah. So meanwhile, somebody from Heliwell's team is joining us here. I would request all the awardees who have won an award to kindly join us up on the stage for a photo op. Yes, we're going to take a group picture. I would request all the awardees to kindly join us up on stage. It's your moment. Let's capture it and let's make some. champions over here. Wow, what three cheers! Hip hip! Hip hip! Hip hip! Wow, super! Many, many hearty congratulations to all the awardees over here. It's your moment. I guess we have captured the picture. Just one more. How are we gonna do it? Do you want them to do some kind of a funny sign or something, you know? Everyone will be captured. Everyone please stand up. Please stand up because you all will be captured in this picture. Yes, please stand up. Okay. Yes. Unicorn! Unicorn! Wow, superb, superb. Thank you so much everyone. Congratulations to you once again. And Kiran ma'am, I would request you to kindly please be here on the stage. I would request the awardees to be kindly seated for a while, please. Okay. I would request the awardees to kindly step down a little. We would like to felicitate Kiran Bedi ma'am for her glorious presence here. Don't worry, ma'am will visit the exhibition area. Do not worry about that. She'll be there.
I'm going to go down now. I'll do it later.
Okay. So everyone, ma'am will be visiting the exhibition section. So I would request you to kindly please be seated for a while. We still have a few protocols and a few formalities to follow here. I humbly request everyone to please be seated. Please be seated. एक बार प्लीज हम लोग ना अपना मेमेंटो दे दें, हम लोगों ने अभी तक कुछ
I am ready to accommodate anywhere.
उसके बाद ही प्रेजेंट कर
Yeah, all right.
नहीं फर्स्ट टाइम से हम लोग
हाँ हाँ मेरे को सर ने रोक रखा है
डोंट वरी सर
That's okay. That's all right. I'm okay with that.
I would request all the awardees to be kindly seated. One last group picture. Everyone, please be seated. Please be seated. Yeah. So everyone, Kiran ma'am will be visiting the exhibition area. We'll have sufficient time to take pictures, as many pictures you want. And yes, she can have a dialogue with you there as well. But here we need to do something. We still have something pending here with our event. So I would request you to kindly be seated. Everyone on the stage, in fact, please be seated. Dignitaries to be remained on the dais. Rest people, please be seated. Please be seated. All the awardees, please be seated. So last picture. Rest people, please be seated. Yeah. Please, sir. Wow, we have like a very big team here. I can see that. Okay. One group off the stage, another group on the stage now. Everyone, please be seated. Yeah, thank you so much. Ma'am will be coming to the exhibition area. We have something pending here. Please, everyone. Yep. Ma'am, it's a small token of love from the side of Alpha Planters. Okay. I'll call you on stage. पहले हम लोग memento देंगे, फिर हम we'll call all of you on stage. ठीक है? Please be seated, guys. We have like a few people also coming up here. Please be seated. Please be seated. All right. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for joining us here. All right. Ma'am, it's an absolute honor and privilege that we have you here with us. Sir, just one. Ma'am, it's an absolute honor that you have joined us here today. So on the behalf of the entire team of All India Council for Robotics and Automation, we would like to present to you a small token of honor and love. I would request the President ICRA, Mr. Rajkumar Sharma, to kindly do the honors and present the memento to the Honorable Guest of Honor, Srimati Kiran Bedi ji. Thank you so much, ma'am, for joining us here. And ma'am, this entire event is organized by a wonderful team of ICRA that we have here. So Ma'am, this entire team is being organized by this wonderful team of ICRA. Can we give a huge round of applause? These people have worked day in and out to make this conclave happen. Everyone, let's give a huge round of applause for the people who are behind the India's first Tech Startup Conclave and Awards 2022. You already know some of them, and there are also some people who work from the back end, but their contribution is no less. All right, everyone, the entire ICRA team, make some noise. Let's take a quick group picture. And 3 cheers for ICRA. Hip, hip. Hip, hip. Hip, hip. Amazing, guys, amazing. Yes, startup 2. Startup 2. Startup 2. Perfect, perfect. Okay, guys, are we done with the picture? So, ma'am, I would request you to kindly move towards the exhibition area. We have some brilliant minds who are showcasing their brilliant ideas over there. Everyone, that is all for the day. We'll meet you tomorrow, and tomorrow the panel discussions are going to be absolutely phenomenal. Kindly join us back tomorrow, and please move towards the exhibition area. And after that, we have gala dinner prepared for all of you. Thank you so much for joining us here today. Thank you so much for taking time out. Okay. And everyone, the dinner will be open by 7:30. The dinner will be served by 7:30. Till then, please visit the exhibition area. Please visit for the high tea area. Thank you so much for joining us here this evening. I'll see you all tomorrow here at India's first Tech Startup Conclave and Awards 2022. Thank you so much for joining us.
Now where is Charan now?
देखो कितना साफ आ रहा है. That thing should come, the ICRA logo should come. सबका आ रहा है? हाँ
जल्दी खींच ले इससे पहले कि सांसें रुक जाए हमारी. कितना अच्छा आ रहा है ना? हाँ.
3 mosquitoes.
You technology.
3 mosquitoes.
ये क्या नाम है आपका? नहीं नहीं यार ये फोटो सेंड नहीं करेंगे खींच के. कौन? कोई भी. तुम खींच दो यार.